kind of drink? A bottle of champagne or something?
Yes, thank you. does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along.
What do you smoke?
No, these vapes.
Řekněte, ať slyšíte baru, přinese různý ty cigárka sem vybrat. Různý.
So Ivan opening it up once again. There's an 800 straddle in play now. It's actually Dorf that opened it for 2100 from the hijack with the ace queen. Gets Ivan from the cutoff with 10-8. Yo viral in the hand from the button with his deuces, and now Malika is likely to do something a little bit different than just calling with her cowboys from the big blind. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along. But I think we're likely... That looks like a call right there. Indeed it is. Let's see if Dorf is just going to ship his stack in. I mean, he's not that big at this point. There's a lot of dead money in the pot.
I want to get back my chips from Melika.
Indeed, that's what he's doing. Taking the risk, folks. Showing a lot of heart here.
Perfect gambler.
And Malika, is she just going to get her stack in? She indeed is. And Leon has a decision.
Look,
If Leon comes in, then it's perfect.
He's thinking about it, which is a good
I'm
first
so
sign.
much behind.
it's all in.
I think he can fold this for this amount.
Yeah, he recognizes that he's behind.
I'm just behind.
And Elke
It
taking a
doesn't
peek
matter
at
what
the
she has.
Cowboys.
I'm behind. I'm behind.
kind of does matter.
I have a nice hand. I'm
She
behind.
could be doing it with Ace King,
You're all in, right?
but you're right. You're probably not ahead of much there.
Man, Leon, I love that.
Good fold there, Leon. Good job.
Nice fold.
Okay,
I think
Because it's hard to
Malika
fold
took her
in
time a
real
little bit
there.
more.
Let's take some.
I think if she took her time a little bit more, Malika, it might have been different. She was a very immediate interaction.
Quand t'as commencé à parler, je croyais que c'était encore plus faible que ça.
We did see another player with an ace in their hands. There's two live ones. Malika offered to run it twice. Dorf always seems to like to run it twice. So I think we're going to see two boards here.
Oh, wow.
But there's one of those aces, so maybe for once Dorf not so happy it's being run twice.
5.
Nice one, Leon. Crazy.
And everybody congratulating Leon on his great fold with the jacks. And first
Or 2 times.
half over to Dorf, but can he double up? I think there's only one ace left in the deck.
You should be safe. I folded ace.
So no miracles so far for Dorf. It's looking more and more like a chop. Malika seems like she's sweating this out, even though she's such a huge favorite at this point for the second half. But it is a considerable chunk and change.
Not one jack.
Button for Osei.
5 of spades on the river, another chop.
If I'm shoving behind here,
You,
I know it is.
yeah.
Very hard for you to lose that twice, but I folded an ace.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Pull
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Malika just cold called with her
1,000 I would have called.
kings there,
Very good fold.
and how Rob would act.
You're killing me. You come in, you kill
Do
me.
you have big chips behind or you don't?
What was your expectations?
Win. I mean, that's what we play.
A win.
What do you want? Okay, sorry.
Tony, why don't you learn smile when you paid?
Yeah.
You should learn smile while paying.
Show the river.
Thank you.
Show the river.
Yeah, we can see the river.
Yeah. Can you?
Thank you.
He has 2 blue.
You're good.
Thank you.
Same to blue.
One more, please.
You need chips. You need chips.
I need
for
chips,
the
yeah, for scratch.
I'm not gonna push a win against you this time, yeah. If
So
I
is
push,
he in?
if I push, it's
Yes,
not.
yes, yes, he will be in.
Anything.
And we're gonna wait for Leon.
Yeah, you cannot mark his card, huh?
Yeah, don't make it count.
Don't mark his card.
Don't mark his card.
Just now that girl want to mark his card. You said
idea.
back, she said no.
Leon,
He's stupid. Never mind, you play first.
he won again.
Apparently won a big pot.
Crazy game!
Just with 4.
Easy game.
Just with the 4.
You get nothing, and I had a 4 here. Flash draw, I'm flash draw,
Incroyable.
4. There's a 4 on the...
The multi-tabling is real.
Draw against first draw at 4K.
Leo just won a 400k pot with a apparently just with a pair of 4.
Bring the money here.
Yeah, because flash draw,
He blamed
Leon,
the
now.
400,000 pot. Flash draw, and I have the 4 on the flop, and the 4 wins.
Amazing.
It's good to win with one pair in Omaha.
Who did you win against? Guess who?
Tony G, of
Oh,
course.
Tony. Thank
Tony.
you, Tony. Thank you, Tony.
Tony.
It's Lusek.
Tony.
That's loca.
Tony.
He's still. He will answer you.
He's tilting a lot.
Your turn.
Leon.
Tony. Thank you.
He's so tilted.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. 400k pot.
Now you can... Leon, take a break here and then you go
Подожди,
to
сейчас я там посчитаю.
Leon is easy gamer.
I must call everything now.
Full race.
Now I must call everything.
And you need to win, come on.
All in.
Call.
7 call and 2 fold.
Call.
Yes, yes.
2 times?
2 times.
Okay.
Come on, guys.
2 times, yes.
Oh, I need a 3.
Yeah, you need 3. Oh, king.
3 or king. How you can have aces? I don't see aces since 11 years.
Let's drink. Oh, the free.
Yes,
Free to come.
Three.
Free to come.
2 times 3.
Come on.
3.
The pot was 450.
450. Nice.
Wow, very nice.
2 on the flop.
3.
Incroyable.
Flash draw, he has a
Yes.
Mais toi, t'as la paire et lui, non.
One more time 3.
Now you can
C'est vraiment bien, ça.
Let's cheer on king right this time. King.
But
Wow.
he must account it because I become from here.
Wow.
3 or king?
King. Oh,
Oh,
five
no,
is
no,
shit.
king is good.
Only king.
Okay, king is good.
Only king is good. No free anymore.
No, no.
King.
Give me king of diamond.
Almost
What
twice.
the fuck?
Almost
I will not
twice.
get up and
What
leave.
the fuck?
Elle a failli perdre 2 fois avec les as.
You hit
Roi
I
trois.
go in on the
Three.
flop, he stop calls. First flop he gets a 3, and the second flop he gets a 3 too.
Oh, and you get 3 buttons, you win the first time.
Yeah, but on,
Yes, I win, I
on the
win
second
the-
one, she won.
I win the second one,
Yeah.
but it's still
Almost.
I become 300.
Oh, nice,
600.
nice.
Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, because you won the first one, so we pay
Yes,
600
yes.
each.
Nice.
This is mine.
Everybody's giving.
Thank
Oh,
you.
saying that's my 600.
What is it?
Thank you.
my
problem.
secret.
No.
I saw a king, I think.
No.
A picture. Guys, I saw a picture.
Yeah.
Strategy, yeah? Sorry, yeah, sorry.
Now you know it's a picture and it's not a king.
I'm all in.
Queen.
Yeah, queen. So guys, I saw a queen, okay?
button more.
One button more for Hossein, who has now 2 buttons.
One button more. Thank you. Cheers, my friend.
You finish?
Oh, it's good.
I told you, Chablis is a perfect wine. You can drink all night long.
Yeah, that's right.
Drink, drink, drink. It's not so strong. It keeps you on the fun mode.
Yeah.
We wait for Leon.
What brand is that?
Believe it.
Chablis, Chablis.
Believe it.
White.
You can play the hand.
That's
Chablis.
That's
Yeah.
French?
French, yeah. It's pretty.
Leon.
It's not so.
Your turn.
It's a pretty average wine, but it's really good.
Okay, it's fold.
I don't know. I found it and it's really good.
Should I just
Yeah, mark his card.
Léo,
should I just call?
c'est à toi.
Should I just call for you?
Pot.
Pot.
Race pot.
Pot.
Race.
How much is pot?
2,000.
Okay, okay.
1,160.
I don't know. I never
Race.
2,000.
How much is pot, guys? You pay Omar.
Hello. All in.
Deal fast, please.
All in.
I have to look at this.
All in. Pot, all in.
Very slow. Very slow.
He has to make the decision.
Pot.
Can't say. No, he went all in. You must look.
Hossein went all in. You need to see your card.
All in.
Fold. Fold.
You don't want to see?
Fold.
No, all in 60K.
Check.
Yeah.
60K, all
Il
in.
a fait all in, Hossein.
Fold. Fold.
On jette, on
Fold.
couche. Fold.
Open.
Give me it. Open.
No.
No, you can't. You
Don't open.
can't.
Flash.
You can look. I don't.
No, I don't know. He may be a little bit, crying. No, maybe I just call.
1,500.
Maybe you have flash. If you have flash,
3 times the
so nice, right?
And here, please.
I don't know.
Here, for me.
So there was 700 in the pot.
Thank you very much, my friend.
So if it's
1, 2 plus 700 is 1.
you wait 5 button?
Yes, 600.
Yes.
It's 1, 2 plus 700.
And
Fold.
600
Fold.
probably one too.
no,
Why
must be
3?
more.
No, there is 1, 2, 4.
Yeah, must be more.
100, 200, 400.
2 plus 3, correct? 15.
Oh, it's correct? Okay. Because I never played
So
Omar,
it's
so...
not 1,900.
Leon, 3, 4.
3.
3 times 4, 12 plus 4
But I must give me 600.
Ты-то он дал.
Oh, you got 3. I have to give you 600.
Иногда скажут оттуда.
Thank you.
Don't even know what
Я там выиграл.
On sait même pas ce que c'est pote, mec. On est vraiment des
Там выиграл сейчас.
Yeah, I don't know.
We are really no limit on them player. I fucking don't know what
не
is
было.
pot pre-flop.
Ну вот так, 30
13 years of poker, I don't know what is pot pre-flop. Je savais même pas combien ça faisait, pot. Je savais pas. Je connais pas. Of course, anytime you want.
Today is 2.4. 1 plus 2 plus.
Да Тони нету, куда ты бежишь? Нету этого.
Тони уже там. Тони.
Он уже там.
Tony, what's up?
Thank you, Tony.
Do what, chance?
Win a pot. Lose. You're killing me. You come in, you kill
Do
me.
you have big chips behind or you don't?
What was your expectations?
Win. I mean, that's what we play.
A win.
What do you want? Okay, sorry.
Tony, why don't you learn smile when you pay? You
Yeah.
should learn smile while paying.
8 plus.
He's trolling you.
I say you should learn smile while paying.
He's too young. Too young.
Yeah, he's like 40 days younger than me.
That's why he don't understand that.
40 days.
40 days.
I don't have to do so.
Nine players on our feature table. Average stack, well, it's about 310k. 120 odd players remain. This is the Mayo Man folding the 6-5 suited connectors. This is the short stack Minerva, just under 20 bigs with ace king suited.
Yeah, we saw him raise
6k.
Off a short stack, and he's going to do the same again with ace king.
6 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass.
Ooh,
Well, dream scenario really.
Yeah.
The super aggro player Matteo, ace queen, he's going to look at the stack, do the maths and go, well, look, my biggest exposure is 100k, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's put it in. And here is the 3-bet. Ace queen on the button.
Yeah,
and he's going to be priced in when Saskia 4-bets.
Yeah. Sometimes online players struggle with, because when you're playing online you can see exact stacks. But yeah,
I know, yeah, that's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I reckon Armad was doing there? I could be wrong. He just wants to show. He just wants to know the exact stack size of Saskia.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd ever any intention of getting involved, but just using the opportunity to get a chip count from one of the players in a great situation. I mean, it's the dream, isn't it? With the big slick getting it all in versus ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah, Matteo did nothing wrong there. His hand, he pretty much had to 3-bet it, and once he does, he has to call it off because of the price.
And king on the flop, which means it's end of story. Bar, runner for a straight, it's all over.
Yeah.
I think, I'm sure I heard Armid going, I knew you were going to shove there.
Yeah, I heard that too, yeah. Oh, there's a
Queen.
small chance.
Wow,
Yeah.
incredible.
Small chance.
Well, running queens definitely would work also. And you can see Saskia, that's just not right. That is just not right, I'm sorry.
That is brutal.
Thank you so much.
That is so horrible.
Oh, that's sick.
20 big blind, my friends.
So horrible for
20 big blinds, my friends, I think is what Matteo was saying.
Yeah.
Saskia's
I mean, he's right.
had a
It's
brutal one.
standard, but
I mean, Saskia's seen this before, there's no doubt. He's very experienced. And, I mean, stood very accomplished stood player, so he's seen a lot of funky stuff in his day. But that is a huge spot, really, isn't it? Getting close to the money.
yeah.
It's just the way it happened there, more than that matters.
And he's played.
I mean, I want to see a 3-bet there or fold, for sure. And this is one of the reasons why, because Filippo here, I think, will be 3-betting. Coming out from the small blind, this ace-jack suited certainly is a 3-bet candidate.
Yeah, sure. We can see he's in amazing shape. He's dominating both opponents. As I said, I played with Filippo in Vegas, and he's a very, very good player. So he's thinking through all the permutations now. Unfortunately for him, he is covered by both players, so he would hate to bust at this point. But yeah, he's gone for the 3-bet.
I can make it, you know, it's an easy fold if it gets shoved back in his face.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
3-bet to 70k.
Yeah. This should be a fairly routine fold, and it is. So good pickup from Filippo there. Oh, Mark's still in the hand with the 4-3 suited.
I didn't even know Mark was in the hand with the 4-3 suited. I think, you know what? I think maybe Christian opened there, did he? With the King Jack.
Yeah, I think the Queen Jack opened and the King Jack flatted, and then I guess the 4-3 flatted as well.
Yeah, but who opened with the Queen Jack? Oh, Albert opened. Albert opened with the Queen Jack, you're right. And then the King Jack flatted. And then this Price Mark in with the 4-3 suited.
Yeah, Mark's gone.
What? No way. Are you looking at this? This is crazy,
really
Darren.
This is absolutely.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, he covers Filippo, so he's basically saying to Filippo, like, "You want a bubble now?"
Where is it?
It's a fold, yeah. It's an ICM fold now. It's horrible, but you're going to have to ICM. Leave fold for ICM reasons. You just can't risk bubbling at this point. Like, you can see even when Mark has such a dreadful hand as he has, he still has 38%. You don't want to put yourself in the spot where you're bubbling the tournament 38% of the time when you have a comfortable stack.
Good point, Dara. Even though Filippo could be ahead here, he's probably not ahead by much, as
yeah, you're just not far enough ahead when you consider the ICM. The confusing thing for Filippo is he absolutely knows Mark can't really have a hand here, because he wouldn't flat a very strong hand after an open and a call. So he knows that this is just nonsense, but at the same time, he only has Ace Jack.
it's what kind of knowledge these guys have of each other. That's
pretty sure he's gonna let this go.
It's very close, but he does fold. And what a move by Mark. Now, if I'm in Mark's seat, I'm showing the 4 high. Absolutely. It's not worth it otherwise.
Yeah.
Which makes him an absolute monster stack. Averages around 600k.
Yeah.
This is Albert once again.
Once again, he opens and covers up immediately. Our man beside him looks interested. But he only has Queen 10, so fold, and he does.
Lord Mulligan with the suited connectors, small blind position. I guess he just lets this go.
Yeah.
But Mark will be seeing the flop here. Pocket pair, reasonable
We've seen
call.
one of his sixes dead, so. Probably just check calls now.
Well, interestingly, donk leads here.
This is interesting, yeah.
Albert with top.
Yeah,
So easy call here for Albert.
Yeah.
Well, he actually
Albert,
raises.
he's decided to raise. I guess he's worried about draws, gut shots, those types of hands. I guess Mark will get the message now that his sixes aren't good. Or not.
What's going on, Derek?
This is very interesting. Yeah, this is. Mark 3 bet. And Albert called. Or no, he's thinking of calling. Yeah, I don't understand this 3-bet at all. I don't know what's going on here. Now any doubts Albert had are long gone. Mark has effectively been counterfeited. This is pretty erratic from Mark. This might be a case of late night tiredness.
I mean, just from nowhere, this pot is completely blown up.
Yeah, yeah.
And Albert's just taking a flat calling. That's the crazy thing about this. He's
no way.
Yes, that's a fact. I'll put a bet with you. He's just going to flat.
I believe you, but you have to raise here and get value from a 9.
But there's just a flat call. It's just the way Mark played it.
Yeah.
And Albert is just absolutely stunned. And what a gift.
Yeah.
Okay, 120,000, 250,000 US. What's the deal, please? All mobile electronic devices on the table.
know the history. You know, you just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now Ross smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond. Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a sick setup.
I mean, Youssef could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. The 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming you 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Youssef yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Youssef is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe.
Hey, you know the fold, mate. You know. Reverse implied odds, kiddo.
Watch the 5-5 flop.
I mean, watch the 5-5 flop. And watch the 500 other boards where it doesn't come 5-5 with 11 left in the main event.
4 players.
I mean,
even the dealer's kind of going, what the hell is going on here? It's like we're getting a flop every hand. But something for everyone. Kaiser's connected, bottom pair. Good shot for Andrea. Top for Stinka. And Sammy has hit top pair.
And what would have happened if we defended King 5 offsuit out of the big blind?
Well, you're probably check folding now, given that Sammy's 3-bet.
Okay, just now we're folding top pair out the big blind.
Absolutely. Andrea.
Furious.
Folding, absolutely. And you can see him nodding his head, looking in disgust at Stinka. Stinka with the goods here. Moves all in. Sammy's calling. I think Sammy goes with this, Henry. In a spot of bother here. He calls it, Henry. And it's goodbye, Sammy. I can't see a way out, obviously. 10 ball would get him out of trouble.
Zweimal nicht geraced, Alter, heftig. Das ist König. König 10.
The flat pre.
König Dame.
Looks like it's going to earn Stinka a massive 7.4 million pot. Sammy made top pair. 3-bet and now calls the 4-bet from Stinka.
Really?
9 on
Jack
the
on the river.
turn. Now, Jack for the straight, 10 for 2 pair. I mean, it'd be absolutely brutal were Sammy to hit here. Stinka almost stoic as he just sits down and the Jack on the river.
Come on! Don't race, S-King, don't race. Bravo. Yeah!
This is just unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
Stinka. Just with the enough flush draw, his overcard could be good. He's going to have a big decision here, Henry.
Easy fold. Easy fold.
Stinka obviously gets out of the way and Naros folds. Jan Jorgensen has none of this. Georgius, does he want to take a spin? That's the question.
He's asking for a count, but I don't think he ever calls here. Just not getting the right price. I think maybe I think you're right. Like if he knows the ace is good, then maybe. But like running into like ace 10 of diamonds is a disaster. He's got 48% equity though. Needs to call 1 mil to win 1.5, meaning he'd need, what, 33% equity. He's got it.
Georgius. I mean, he's just not a punter, right?
No, you don't come this far to just punt it off with a flush draw. You're pretty frustrated that you don't get to see a turn card, but you know, you're like, why did he bet 300k or something like that? But
Mr. Bond letting rip 460k in the pot, and he just jams the lot in. Georgius, he makes the call, Henry.
Wow,
that's quite remarkable. I actually was leaning towards what you were saying. You convinced me, Henry. But Georgius, both players with the same stack size. Ooh, 9 up and down straight draw to go along with the flush draw.
what a turn card.
6 is good. Jack is good. Ace is good. King of spades is no good. 2 pair for Mr. Bond. 1 million shove on the flop.
Let's go.
Now we have a player with a stack. 2.5 million.
Know the history. You just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Naros smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
That's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
Make it 65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace-jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgios wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. Like, he needed 25. Oh boy.
Well,
oh,
I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Yusuf, knuckle it, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20 is fine.
Now, if I'm Georgios and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is exciting here. Does just call. That's some very exciting hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgios misses. 705,000. Now, Youssef, please go super small, Youssef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgios considers the check raise. Do you know, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georgios has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like king queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down. 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there.
I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We know what the brutal card would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil BC, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond.
How can you read this guy?
Turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bise with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot.
be on the table, please. These rules in the feed on the live stream. No speeds on the table named Europe. Okay? No speeds on the table allowed here. Okay, congratulations to final table. No. Official not possible. If you go I don't work, okay? This is yours. Official grid is not possible in the feed on the table.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. I am arriving a little bit late today, and my apologies. It is Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster for the duration of this final table. Hope you are all very well on this Monday evening and can hear me loud and clear. What an event we have. It's the Dutch Classics FT, 9 players remaining from a starting field of 1,651. I'm delighted to be here with you. The wizard arrives precisely when he means to. Love the Dutch Classics, and this is a special variant of the Dutch Classics live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. kingsbet.cz on the felt. Needs to get an honourable mention. Love to play on that site myself. Look at those graphics in the background. I'm going to catch up with the chat momentarily. Once again, my apologies for being so late. Today, I am working on one of my college modules that is due before Friday. So I was a bit stressed, but I am here nonetheless. Small blind is 125k. Big blind is 250k with a 250k running big blind ante. And you can see the average stack is getting close to 10 million. And that's good for the guts of 40 big blinds. So a lot of action to still take place. I see Bird in the house. The first comment I look at 5 o'clock. So I'm a bit behind, at least an hour. I will catch up with the chat as we go forward. Don't know anything about these players so far, but what an amount of money they are playing for. It's funny because the chat is going to bring me up to speed about the action and who we've got and what's been happening. It looks like the first prize is 38,500 euro. Not bad from a buy-in that's less than 300 euro. As I said already, I love the Dutch Classics. The normal Dutch Classics that happens a couple of times a year at the King's Resort, but this one is the Mystery Bounty. And if you're wondering what that is, it means if you eliminate a player, you don't know how much money is on their head, but you'll soon find out. Total prize pool, well over 400 grand here. Well, 407,000 total. I think that's me up to speed so far. So I'm just going to get catched up with the chat. Strata saying, no matter what I hope, Dan and all the rest are doing well and nothing tragic or the like has happened. Well, I am here, Stratus, and it's nice to have you with us. Nothing tragic has happened, no. The only tragedy is me still in college at the age of 34. ECW King, my man, says, I think that's what most of us love about this stream. No high rollers or big egos, just casual lads with small buy-ins. Kind of live your own run goods watching the stream. Yeah, you see, that's the clientele we've built. This channel has grown exponentially over the last 2 years. And as much as I would like to use my ego to take some credit for that, obviously I've helped it along the way. And it is great to know that I have played a part in growing the game. But however, it's just the poker boom that's happening right now worldwide is unbelievable. And throughout the last 2 years, we've had the Action Army on Twitch, the Poker Room Kings growing so much. But there's a lot of regs I see in the chat here. But there's so many new names, especially this year, that keep tuning in, week out. And that means a lot to me and indeed the Kings production team going above and beyond. They've even got my favorite color on that felt, that midnight blue. I will get to the action now momentarily. I'm trying to catch up with the chat and talk about the poker now in just a moment, folks. Oh, we've got a monster here in the small blind, ace king. Anytime you can pick up a big hand, the small blind is great, but this is a monster hand. He has 73 big blinds. He's got all the chips to play with. Donald Grump, I see in the chat saying, Mr. Deposit should have folded. The dishwater was not worth the cauliflower. What a comment. Love to hear it. Nice to have you with us if you're still listening. And oh, wow, Sebastian in the big blind with 37 bigs. Not sure what way he wants to proceed here, facing a 4.5 times big blind open in the small blind. For me personally, I think this is just a call, especially when he, oh wow, he's reaching those pink chips worth $500,000 each. And Reinder waiting no time at all before 4-bet jamming. This is the problem with hands like ace queen. If we 3-bet to this size, I can't see the exact amount, but it looks to be somewhere in the tune of 4 million. We've put in a very large portion of our stack. Well, there we have it, folks. 3.25. I think it's just better to call and see the flop unless we are not going to stack off pre. And this shows the power of the jam and indeed ICM. And the problem is when Reinder 4-bet rips here, he's got all the chips. So it's his house, his game, his rules. Sebastian can be forced to make a very difficult laydown or call it off. The issue with calling off here with ace queen, apart from the obvious ICM considerations, is you've got your information, you're after 3-betting, but that's not the issue here. Reinder has 4-bet ripped immediately, and he will show. Well, I have no idea. I'm just trying to get up to speed, but for what it's worth, I don't like Reinder shoving that quick, and I do not like him showing the table that he had the goods there. What if he was to have like ace-5 suited, ace-4 offsuit, something mad? He should be jamming them hands some of the time. In my opinion, it would be better to just show a bluff there or show nothing. Osmo in the house. What's up, buddy? Bird is there. Stratus. Just want to make sure, guys, can you hear me loud and clear? Let me know. Okay, Latour says yeah. Christie says yeah. So sound must be good. Just wasn't sure since I made my introduction a few hours late. We have the 7-deuce offsuit going in the muck. Poker Gubby in the house as well. Ace King again, this time for Henry. Henriquez Ruffs. And is Reiner going for a very, very large open here? 4 times the big blind on the button with Jack 9 offsuit, and he's going to get the bad news. Henry going for the 3-bet, which I presume he is 3-bet calling. Sometimes with ICM considerations, you just want to rip this. Wow. Winder making a loosey-goosey call here. He does have position. But the Jack 9 offsuit, not really a candidate you want to be flatting here. Even if you are in position, he does have a good shot straight draw on Queen 8-5 2 hearts. Henry just going for the rip. Ballsy play here. This is underpants stuff. In general, I don't even know if you want to be ripping on a queen high board out of position. That queen high board going to favor your opponent's button flatting range, even if it is a 3-bet pot. I see Stratus in the chat there saying, but that is for locals more than out of towners and or country. Weren't you on a recent trip there, Stratus? How did that go? Let us know in the chat. And Nicarone gonna raise pocket 5s, primarily position. Don't mind this open. However, with just a little bit over 20 big blinds, you need to be careful opening these small pocket pairs. It depends how tight the table is playing in general. Ace 10-9 is the flop. King Jack with a good shot straight draw is going to take the initiative and bet or call on this occasion. The pocket 5s going to rep some of that board. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Actually gives additional equity to Reinder. Reinder can now make a straight with an 8, but it is the 6 of clubs rolling off on the river. Pocket 5's just going to wave the white flag, and probably right to do so. On this board, so many hands beat him. Now, Reinder, however, he blocks his opponent having a straight, and it's going to be difficult for him to win with King High. So I would actually like to see Reinder make a chunky bet. But he does decide to just let it go. He could even get a 9 to fold there, although it's unlikely that your opponent has one. Or even a 10. I see Mowgli saying the jackpots attract more people. They sure do. And on that note, I need to give a massive shout out to my co-commentator, couple of times a year for Kings. Alan, the giveaway goat. Finn bought in for 200 was the buy-in, I believe, and won the jackpot last week on GG for $13,000. Incredible stuff, Alan. Delighted for you, buddy. If you want to give him a like and a follow, just head over to his channel, Alan F Poker. If you like cash games, that's where I would send you. And look at this, under the gun pocket nines opening to 550. And Paolo with the ace king off suit. Seen a lot of ace kings here so far. Mowgli says, wow, $13,000. Yeah, you can Google that. You can actually, there's a clip that came out on YouTube. It was a fantastic, fantastic bink, if you will. But that man works around the clock. So scores like that are just going to happen for him over time. And do you know what's extra juicy and nice about that? It's that he done it from a cash game. Obviously, I played poker professionally for many years online. I still love any time I get to play. And then that's when you get the big scores. But you don't really feel that emotion when you're playing cash all the time. But sometimes it is the more sensible option than these volatile no-limit hold'em tournaments. And difficult decision here for the pocket nines, but when the ace king makes it so small, off about 35 bigs to start the hand, I think we just have a mandatory call here. Even though sometimes you could rip against a very aggressive opponent that's three betting you, the nines just become a clear call for this sizing. Does call Queen Jack 4 is the flop. Does go check, check, and the turn is the 10 of diamonds. And now it just becomes pretty easy fold for the pocket nines, especially on that board. The ace king obviously coming up trumps on the turn. Look, Shoro in the house says easy fold. Yeah, I would be inclined to agree, especially with 3 overcards to your pocket pair out there, even if you do have a good shot straight draw. What do I always say on this channel? You're drawn to the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. It's just not really worth it. But for what it's worth, I think it's pretty much a mandatory call. You're going to stack off. Sometimes it can suck when you're up against a bigger pair, but it's hard enough to make a pair and hold them. It's hard enough to have a pair to start with. So if you call with the nines and get, I don't know, an 8 high flop, you've got to be willing to just get it in. Stratos says, Kings seem to hold a lot of tournaments. They really do. I believe it's over 1,000 tournaments a year, Stratos, which is just incredible. You think about how many million that is. I'm not a mathematician, but it's a lot. I just wanted to get an idea of the payouts there. It is a bit different with the bounties in play, so let's not forget about that. And something I actually wasn't aware of, first, second, and third going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Normally, when we have mystery bounties or bounties in general, we kind of leave the tickets to the side because it's so volatile and a lot can happen. But it's just it's the best tournament in Europe and one of the best tournaments in the world. So makes sense to have 3 tickets up for grabs. So there's a lot to play for here, guys. You've got the bounties, you've got the ICM pressure, and you've got the infamous World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets worth 10k that's happening later on this year, all under one roof, of course, the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Current payout is €2,799. Open ender here for Reinder, and it is the button who decided to flat pre with the ace-9 offsuit. Bit of an ambitious call pre. You prefer to be suited when Reinder checks to him, which I actually don't really like unless he's going to go for a check raise. Prefer to just bet this one with block hands like King Queen and King Jack. Does go for the check call, and the turn is the King of Hearts pairing the board. And the turn is going to go check, check. River is the 6 of diamonds. And now for my money, Reinder needs to turn his hand into a bluff. Yes, your opponent can have a king. Yes, your opponent can have a 10. But he might have a backdoor flush draw that's missed, a backdoor straight draw, or just a straight draw in general. Although we have the straight draw ourselves. We can't win a showdown. We're going to lose a lot against ace high, and we need to try to get those hands to fold. So Reinder does go for a bet of just over $1 million. Like this bet from Reinder. Perhaps I would have liked to go for a little larger sizing. And Frankie doesn't have a great hand to call with here because he would want his opponent to have a 9 for a busted straight draw or the likes. So if he goes for a raise here, this is sexy stuff here from Frankie. Not really the combo you want to be turning into a bluff. I expected to see him either fold or bluff catch. It's kind of the wrong combination to turn into a bluff, but it is going to work nonetheless. Not sure what you think about this one in the chat. Let me know. Poker Room Kings on Twitch. And hello to everyone tuning in on YouTube, of course. Sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Not the best way to play that hand if we're Reinder. Had he just went for a c-bet instead of going into check call mode, he probably just would have took it down. But I guess we'll never know. Reinder is your current chip leader with 62 biggins. Henry in second place with 45, then Frankie with 44, and Paolo, not Paolo Nutini, Paolo Coster from Italy with 43, and then MJ with 34. You can see how closely bunched they are in the middle of the pack here. Mr. Deposit them with 29 bigs, Sebastian with 25, Nike with 24, and Quinton rounding out the field is your shortest stack, but he is still over 20 bigs, so there is a lot of action and play to take place yet. One hand can change it all. Bebop in the house says these German nicknames. Always funny nicknames at Kings, wherever they're from. Nice to have you with us, Bebop. Just waiting for Rocksteady to come into the chat now, and we'll give him a shout out also. Frankie in the cutoff, Jack 10 of diamonds, going to raise to 700k. Really nice starting hand here for Frankie, and prefer closer to a min raise, but with this kind of ICM pressure, I'm fine with going a little larger. Ace King 10 is the flop. MJ defending pre with Queen 10 offsuit. All standard stuff so far. Is outkicked Frankie. And the flop goes check, check, and now Frankie can go for a check or a bet. Once he's checked the flop, I'm actually fine with checking twice. But he can get value from a straight draw or a flush draw. So he goes for a small bet of 650. And the river is an ace, pairing the board. This one is going to go to Splitsville if it goes check, check, which it probably should. Will most of the time anyway, and thinks unless he thinks he can get his opponent to fold a king, which is very unlikely with two aces out there. So it does just go check, check. No pair, no draw in the house, says Ace-9 clearly turned his hand into a bluff there. But I wonder what he thought his opponent had. Maybe an under pair, also ace-high. Yeah, I think you're right, no pair, no draw. But if you think your opponent has a busted straight draw or something, then you probably just want to call with ace-high and not run the risk of getting called off once you raise. But having said that, it looks very strong. Overall, we just don't have the greatest combination to turn into a bluff because we want our opponent to have a 9, as I aforementioned. And Chris says ace high, never fold. Well, guys, if you really want to break it down, it just depends what you think your opponent is checking to you when he's out of position on the king 10 high flop. The mistake is just not c-betting with your open ender, even if you are out of position. And initially, I thought he was going to go for a check raise. There's no pair, no draw, says everyone loves a chop pot. Oh, yeah. No pair, no draw loves a chop pot. He hates all the action, don't you? No pair, no draw. No pair, no draw. Loves the chop pot nearly as much as he loves tuning into the Poker Ring Room Kings on Twitch. Frankie going for a raise to 600k with the King Queen offsuit. It is Mr. Deposit who is going to 3-bet to 1.5 mil. Putting the pressure back on Frankie. Mr. Deposit looking a bit nervous here. Perhaps that's just the way he looks when he 3-bets. Shows an ace. We can all show an ace, buddy. His hand nonetheless, turning his hand into a bluff. Analyzing the situation correctly. As No Pair No Draw says, I am still recovering from my Vegas trip from 2 weeks ago. That place is exhausting. I actually have never been to Vegas. Tell me all about it. No Pair No Draw. How much money did you win or lose? Or perhaps that's just some private information. Did you get to see, not inside the Sphere, but at least outside it? Wow, the Sphere in Vegas looks unbelievable. I would love to watch the UFC inside that Sphere in September. I believe Dana White is going to be putting in the guts of 50 million to make that show run. If you're a fighting fan out there, he said he will never do it again. It's just too much money. But he said it's going to be the greatest show that's ever been on Earth. Quite the statement. And although the greatest show in the poker realm is probably the main event in Vegas right now, this is going to be your best show happening in Europe on a Monday evening. For less than €300, you win. I guess it's over 50 grand, the winner, including your 10K ticket. And I have no idea how many bounties these players have accumulated. As No Pair No Draw says, I guess ace-9 off is the hand of the hour. Yeah, but I keep griping because you just don't want a 9 in your hand there. Having said that, he did get his opponent to fold. He would have got his opponent to fold an under pair as well. I think that small little river bet as well was just asking for problems there, in trouble. He's kind of just begging for a raise with that. I think it was like quarter pot bet. Ace King again, guys, from the small blind. Paolo. That's a ridiculous size open. Nearly 5 times the big blind. I know I do give out about players making it too small. Small blind into big blind. Go for the min. Or close to 3x, but nearly 5 times the big blind. Not going to get too much action there. You kind of want to keep hands in that you dominate. No Pair No Draw says, I was hoping to play a World Series of Poker event that was midweek. Well, you could always play one this year at King's. He said, but his week started off bad. All my sets lost the straights or flushes. All my straights or flushes lost the boats. Not going to give out to you about giving a bad beat story because I think you've earned your stripes. No Pair No Draw. You are one of the biggest regs I know on this channel, I think. Granted, we have about 10. Thankfully, turned around at the end, and I went from being down $800 early to up about $1,600 by the end of the week. Well, As my father always says, any day you break even is a good day. Says the hotel he stayed at had a view of the sphere. It was pretty cool. Ivan in the chat says, hey Dan, how's everything? Not too bad, Ivan. Just being a busy little piggy. That's why I was fairly late to the table today. Doesn't happen often. Hope you're keeping well. Blinds have just gone up. 150k is now the small blind. 300k is now the big blind with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. Looks like we've got some action here. MJ with Ace King of Hearts. I think that's the 5th time we've seen Ace King in less than an hour. Quinton in the hijack is going to rejam. And guys, we have action. This is going to be our first all-in and call of the night, unless MJ doesn't want to dance with one of the best hands in the deck. The Ace and the King of Hearts. Rinder going to be forced to let his 7s go. Can't withstand that kind of pressure. And MJ does call him off. So here we go, folks. This pot, massive. 11 million and change. Ace King against Ace Queen. And this is music to MJ's ears. 4-1 favorite. Wow. Wow. And that flop is his favorite tune in the world, playing 5, 6, 7 all hearts. MJ with the nut flush. And Quinton, the Frenchman, is going to bow out in 9th place. Will take home the guts of $3,000 for himself. Nothing he can do. Shrugs it off. I was going to say he'd be going straight to the bar, but he does already have a drink in his hand. Unlucky, sir. Good game. I think that's all you can say. Both of those hands playing themselves. And that means 8 players remaining now. All players remaining now, guaranteed €3,625. And as I will keep saying, that's excluding the bounties. I don't know how many bounties these players have accumulated. That's what makes it so fun, exciting, and edgy. You can knock out a guy and get a buy-in, or you might get, I don't know, the guts of 50 buy-ins. It just depends. Wow, Ace King again, back to back to back to back here. He's going to raise to 650. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand. And that's going to be good enough. No pair, no draw says, yeah, no bad B stories, just facts. I'm going to remember that one. Not going to complain about each specific hand. I'm walking away with more money than you started with, especially after a rough start. Can't complain too much. Sometimes no pair, no draw. You just got to give it that hock to it. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. And as poker players, we have very bad memories. We don't remember these sun runs we go on. We just remember all the times we get destroyed at the table. There's also been a ton of ace king versus ace queen hands lately. Like I said, sometimes you just have to stick it in and think of Ireland. And Strata says no poker rooms by the casinos around have them. And is that? Oh, it is. It's one of the other mega regs, as I like to call them. The Action Man Dan fans top 10 all the time. 100 is in the house. What's up, buddy? I know you were missing me there for a few hours, but I'm here now. Like I said earlier, a wizard arrives precisely when he means to. No pair, no draw says good thing Seven's got away with a flop top set. Well, yeah. Sure, if my auntie had wheels, she'd be a bike. And Henry raising to 725 on the button with the 5-4 offsuit. Henry really opening things up. Don't try that one at home, guys, because you want a lot of 4x and 5x to fold when you open from the button. So having a 5 and a 4 in your hand is just not great. Having said that, if you've got very tight players and you've got a lot of chips, let's go. 6, Jack, King, 6 is the board. Mr. Deposit checking again. I actually think he might lead here some of the time, especially after the flop going check, check. And he's got a good shot straight draw. He can put a lot of pressure on ace-x by the river. But he does check again. It is a paired board, and Henry is going to go for the delayed c-bet. I think I'd just prefer for Henry to bet the flop. But does get the job done. Just want to give a shout out to the nationalities we're dealing with at this final table, by the way. With Germany, Poland, Czech Republic, Iran. Iran so far away. We got France, Italy, and of course the Netherlands. We are watching the Dutch Classics live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov, and I will say this, I was out the other night. Been watching a lot of the matches at home, but I did go out to watch the Dutch game, and it was class. They weren't playing great in the first half, but they got there in the end, and I wish them the best of luck in the semi-final. Obviously, I would prefer them to win than England. Yep, I said it. Shock horror. An Irishman supporting the other team that's not England. Having said that, I love the Dutch. They're great crack. Some of the biggest fans that we ever have supporting this channel, or some of the maddest streams that we've had since I joined here 2 years ago, was definitely the Dutch Classics. Getting a few comments in there about the hawk to it. I didn't even want to start saying that on stream because it's nearly just too popular now, but it just came out of my head, and I'm glad I did. Glad I gave her an honourable mention. It really did break the internet, but it'll be such stale news now within the month. By the time August rolls around, you'll never want to hear that again. Or sorry, lads, maybe you will want to hear it again, but behind closed doors. Moving on, we got a 3-bet here on the button from Frankie. Ace deuce of clubs. Henry opening in the cutoff. Now he's got 2 choices. When Frankie has less than 30 bigs to start the hand, I actually kind of like a 4-bet rip, especially because we are the covering stack and it's a mystery bounty. Sometimes you might want a flat here, but he's made it very large 3-bet sizing. when we are suited, if he made it this 3-bet a smaller sizing from the button, I would be more inclined to call than rip. But because he's made it so large, with a hand like maybe ace queen offsuit, seems better to rip because we have that suited value to see the flop, but we are out of position. So I feel like when we are facing a button 3-bet, even if it is for this large of a sizing, we just want to rip. Like I keep saying, sometimes you just got to stick it in and think of Ireland. Yes, there is considerable ICM pressure. There are 10k tickets up for grabs and the guts of 40 grand up top, but this hand is going to play best as a jam, in my opinion. I'm all for calling if he had made the 3-bet smaller, but 2.5 million, guys, is 8 bigs and change. You're just going to be playing for stacks a lot of the time on a lot of boards. That's not a board that Henry likes to see in the slightest. And now you've just put in a chunk of change and you're going to be forced to check fold. But guys, lights, camera, action. When you're faced with decisions for lots of money, when you haven't really played for this kind of money before, your brain can do very funny things. And Frankie getting a very good board to just apply maximum pressure pretty much. He's going to have the guts of 50% equity, even if he is called. Even against an overpair, he's not doing too bad. He just puts a stop to it there. And then jamming. BCW King says, Dan, you're back. Strata says, hello, Dan. Swiss Boy Basil says, it's not large, it's 3x. You know what? You are right. I'm just saying, when we get 3-bet, it doesn't really matter the size because it's a lot of our chips to just call pre. But you are correct, yeah, it was just over 3x. But sometimes that's just a large 3-bet from the button these days. I've seen guys just click it, and they make it 2x, 2.5x. Bit over 3x, I think, was the actual size. It's not how big he makes it, it's how big it is relative to our remaining stacks. He's putting in 2.5 million, which is what, about maybe 20% of his stack. If he calls pre, calls for 1.6 more. Thanks for pointing that out, Swiss Boy Basil. Nice to have you with us. No pair, no draw says the only time I want to hear it again is from my wife. Well, I'm not your wife, no pair, no draw, but you're probably going to hear it before the night's out. I'm just gonna put it out there for the fans. And Nike from the small, making it 700k to go. And here we have very nice flop for both players, really, especially when it's blind v blind action. We could see a lot of chips go in here. He's going to bet 800k. MJ, in my opinion, just wants to rip or raise. Decides to just call because he's got such a strong hand, but his opponent only has 14 bigs behind. Nike is going to bet on this ace of spades turn for a couple of reasons. He wants to protect his pair of sevens here. It's very unlikely that his opponent has an ace. It's a paired board. and most importantly, wants to deny equity. $1.1 was the bet, and 1.1 is the call. River is the king of spades. And Nike is checking, and now MJ is just going to put them all in. This is quite interesting because a lot of King X and Ace X, especially the higher King X, are just going to rejam pre. So Nike has a really, really nice bluff catcher. He can't beat much, but he can beat all those flush draws. He blocks his opponent having some straight draws, which is not great. Nike makes a disciplined laydown for his tournament life. Because I have a lot of invested there with the 7-5, I actually, call me crazy if you want. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. I think I would probably find a call there on the river. It's a bit of a strange hand because I expected to see all the chips go in on the flop, and if not on the flop, then the turn, but it did become an ace. No pair, no draw says some of the related memes have been entertaining, so it isn't all bad. Well, a bit of some form of autism I have. Once I say something once, I can't stop myself from saying it 100 times, and I don't think it's the last of the hawk duo we've heard from. Yeah. Everywhere I go, or I can't. I even sent it to my mother, for example. Oh, you gotta have you gotta get your kicks while you can, lads. You know, we're here to have fun. Class is in session, and every day is a learning day. But I like to bring the comedic flair to the channel as much as possible. Rinder with the min, ace 10 of diamonds. There's no pair, no draw. Says strong bet for 7-5 right there. Good job not letting the ace scare you or give your opponent a chance to bluff. Yeah, I like the second barrel, but actually, the right way to play that hand might be to just check raise all in on the flop. But if you check and your opponent checks back, it's a bit of a disaster because you're going to be faced with so many overcards. This poker's so strange. There's always more than two ways to look at everything. But if I do this, then I risk that. And if I risk this, then I can't do that. You know, grass is always greener on the other side. And Paolo going to take that one down. And Zoc says, I remember the voice. Presume you're on about my voice. It is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for the duration of this final table. As we see the leaderboard once again. 56 bigs for MJ is your chip leader, taking the chip lead from Rinder with 47 bigs, and then Frankie 43, Paolo with 41, and then Henry with 31, and then three players with 25 bigs or less. Mr. Deposit with 24, Sebastian with 21, and Nike is your shortest stack at this FT with still reasonable 11 big blinds. Strato says, imagine at the World Series of Poker, someone saying "Hock" really loud, then going all in. Oh God! The next time I'm playing poker now, which hopefully will be soon, it'll be very hard to not bring that one to the table. We need a new meme on top of that, though. We're really pushing it too far. And Dan Fox is in the house with a lovely comment. Says, it's been too long. Hello, chat, and hello, Dan. Or should I say the greatest, most serenading voice to ever exist. Oh, geez. There's no one that's ever said that to me other than you. So thank you for your comment. Hope you're keeping well, Dan Fox. And I've seen a couple of times you were looking for me, all right, but it is me. I know we have AI now and robots, but I assure you, it's me in the booth. So the average stack has creeped just over 10 million. Just shows how great these structures are. It's a testament, even in a mystery bounty, how they can still manage to have the guts of 35 bigs. And an FT just shows how much playability is still out there. And I'm not that used to the mystery bounty structure. I mean, you don't have to factor in too much. It's not a progressive knockout. But it does add an extra flair or element of surprise, which is what we love as poker players. We love, as much as we give out about the bad beats, if we didn't have them and we were winning all the time, yes, it'd be fun, but it wouldn't be as exciting. It's a game that we grow to hate and love. And M Zocht with a couple of comments says, the German guy, Reinder, triggers me already. Weirdo. And he gave himself a name of a popular German food. Is it just Reinder goulash? Because I actually was just talking to my brother earlier about, I used to love having goulash. I was in Vienna years ago at a Poker Stars event, and he's going traveling there soon. He's going interrailing, and I was saying, make sure you get the goulash. The goulash is fantastic from there. I think I also had it in Prague, and obviously I lived in Berlin for 18 months, but I think that was more of a nation full of kebabs, or a city full of kebabs, should I say. I wasn't really there for the goulash. Frankie with the min raise, ace jack offsuit under the gun. Reinder's going to call on the button with a very nice hand. All standard stuff so far. A lot of players might just fold that 9-8 suited with the ICM pressure, but I think with this amount of chips, calling becomes our best play. Queen 8-7 is the flop, goes check, check. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Frankie is going to check again. I like the check for what it's worth from Frankie on the flop. Out of position on a queen high board is going to favor the button's calling range more so than our opening range. And that river now giving Frankie the straight. Frankie 4 fingers. Any snatch fans out there? Although I butchered the English impression, wouldn't be my forte now. It's Frankie 4 fingers. Definitely one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time. M Zocht asked, action Dan, all good? Yeah, pretty good, man. Really happy to be in the booth for this FT. I don't like missing any stream really, but especially Dutch Classics are some of my favorite ones because they just play so mental and it's just action packed. And sure, that's our mantra on this channel. We love it. So happy to make it for the final table. Didn't want to let the fans down. As ECW King says, it's not really a bounty now. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. They've had most of their bounties, but it still has to be taken into consideration. As Dan Fox says, I'm well, just busy. I'm the exact same, Dan Fox. Pretty soon, I won't have any college to think about. That would be awesome. But the year is still a pup. As far as I'm concerned, it ain't over till it's over. Ace King again, guys. This must be the 7th time now. Just going to limp. Very unconventional limp here. And it does induce a raise from Frankie. And Frankie ain't messing around here. He's making it 5 times the big blind. When it goes limp there, I actually don't mind just checking in the big. Keep the pot small. I will say in general, I don't think you ever, I don't like saying never do this or never do that, but you want to get the money in. Ace King is not a trapping hand, especially when it's off suit here in the cutoff. You're expected to raise here, not limp. So it is not something you're going to see too often. I know Frankie with an opportunity to try take that pot down on the flop on a paired board. Disastrous river here for Frankie. And I was going to say, if he wants to get paid, he needs to bet big. But the 1.5 mil will save him some chips, as no matter what he bet, he was getting called. And is there anything to be said for a raise there? Now, I know it's a paired board, but the flop's gone check, check. The turn's gone check, check. And although the flush comes in on the river, our opponent would most likely bet with a flush draw on the flop or the turn. So therefore, I think that's actually a great spot to raise. And perhaps some value being missed. Latura says goulash is popular too in Slovakia and Czech. Yeah, I had it in Prague. Would you believe it or not? I'm going to Slovakia very soon. Maybe I'll check it out there. Where it says it's the national food in Hungary. I'm not sure if I've been to Hungary. Oh, I was in Budapest, yeah. Unless if they're wrong. Probably should Google that one first, lads. I've traveled a lot of places in Europe, but I've never been outside of Europe. It has been, yeah, it's the capital of Hungary, of course. I didn't need to verify that one. Sometimes I don't even know how to get around Ireland, so excuse me on that one. No pair, no draw, says Guy Ritchie. Yeah, Guy Ritchie's amazing. And if you're looking for another recommendation, I can't recommend this show enough. It's called Brassic. Brassic. Thank me later. It has a bit of an element of a Guy Ritchie feel to it. There's pikeys, there's gambling, there's petty crime, there's a lot of comedy, and most importantly, Michelle Keegan. And M. Zoc says, holy moly, is that goulash guy cringe? Weird smile all night long. I don't know, guys. They're playing for a lot of money here. Balls on the table. Who wants it the most? ECW saying there's a different dynamic if they pull bounties right away or the next day. I don't know which structure I like more. Well, I haven't seen them go to the TV yet, so maybe they're going to do that at the end. Perhaps they pulled a lot of bounties yesterday. Like I said, I'm late to the party. Apparently, draw saying 3-bet small or shove with the ace king. I've seen ace king that many times now. It's crazy how many times we've seen it. Because although it's hand 93, it's only an hour and a bit since I got here. And not going to take that one down. 5 deuce offsuit, not going to cut the mustard. Torres says, you can go to my house and I will cook you goulash. It's possible you might find me in one of the casinos. That's all I can say right now. Hey, I'm just going to announce it. I'm going to be in Slovakia for 7 nights. I'm working as host, entertainer, guest commentator, and DJ. So you've heard it here first. If you're around the vicinity, drop by to say hi. But right now, it's the King's Resort live from Rozvadov. Strata says Dan gets lost from going from the pub to home. Yeah, it's probably why I live in a town with a population of less than 5,000 people. Frankie taking that one down. Strata saying, that sounds awesome. Go and have a blast. It is in Bratislava indeed. Dan Fox says he gets lost and it only has 2 blocks or 1 bus stop to get home. I don't even know if we have buses in my town. It's very, very difficult. I found a town small enough that I can't get lost in. Anytime I go outside of my comfort zone, I haven't a clue where I'm going. Sebastian going to raise the 700k here with the ace jack off suit under the gun +1. Also, I haven't really talked about the final table dynamics as much as I should be. I've been interacting with the chat a lot, but because there's no runaway bride here and no one that has an overwhelming chip lead that we often see at these final tables, it also is appearing to me that no one is that comfortable or has a lot of scores. Now, I'd have to get that up on the Hendon mob, but my whole point is there's a lot of stacks that are closely contended, so no one can really abuse other people's stacks that much. Now, obviously, that's all going to change. But you've seen on the leaderboard not so long ago, there was a lot of players in and around that 40 big blind zone. So just bear that in mind. Nobody wants to bust before someone else right now, especially when you're close in chips. There's about 5 of them that are really not about 10 big blinds separating about 5 players at this FT. Folded all the way around to the small blind, and it's Paolo. King Jack off suit, raising to 600k. Yes, Latoura, if you're around, I don't know where you live or anything, but sure, I'm after telling you where you can find me. Ace, 7, deuce, all spades. Rinder with a mandatory defend for that price pre. Paolo going to check, and Rinder is going to take this one away from him, it looks like. I think Paolo should be betting small here on this flop, mainly for the reasons that he doesn't want to get bluffed off his hand. And equity denial, he also might just have the best hand, even though he doesn't have a spade. How's Stratos with the funniest comment of the day? If you hear a good-looking lady saying, "Hock to her." Well, you know, she is a lady of the night. Jeez. The only ladies now we can discuss is Michelle Keegan and Brazic, or the ladies that are going to pop off on the flop turn and river. I was about to say, after all, it's a family show, but I mean, it is poker, so the watershed is on. Talk away. Frankie with the aces. Actually haven't seen too many big pairs so far at this final table, mainly because players just keep getting ace-king. Frankie's going to min under the gun +1, and Paolo on the button with a very big hand, ace-queen offsuit. I think you want to be 3-betting this one the majority of the time. Sometimes you might just call. So Paolo 3-betting and getting 4-bet. Frankie clicking it back essentially. 2.2 million more for Paolo to call. And for me, ace queen with the blockers plays great as a 3-bet, especially from the button, but it's going to be a 3-bet fold. Not going to be 3-bet calling, especially with this 4-bet clicking it back. This looks exceptionally strong. Granted, we can see the cards. Paolo going to give this careful consideration. He's wondering why he didn't just flat pre. I think it's fine to put the pressure on, especially with this hand. But he's asked the question, he's got the answer. Unless he thinks he could get a 5-bet rip through uncontested, he just has to let this go. You can see the way the stacks are. That's a very unlikely possibility. So he does eventually just let it go after giving it some consideration. Dan Fox says, so in regards to payouts, they will get a main event ticket. But 1A is already started, so how does that work? Is it for next year? No, Dan Fox. So what happens is, if you qualify, you have to play the first day. And once you play the first day, you have a lot of qualifiers. So that's why it's really enticing to play day 1A, whether you qualified or not. And if you qualify with your first bullet, you've no choice. And I heard day 1A last year was mental. So that's where a lot of the value comes from. Not that there's not a lot of value in the rest of the tournament. It's one of the greatest tournaments I've ever seen, personally. I mean, I was over there for the first week commentating, but I wasn't there for the main event itself, but I did catch up over time. And we'll get back to that in a moment because we have some significant action happening here. Frankie with the min, Queen Jack at diamonds, and Nike with the aces for 11 bigs is going to rejam. And this is really, really close because of ICM. He has 46 bigs. It's 11 bigs total. We've already invested 2. Under normal circumstances, I would just be calling this all day. And perhaps this specific combo, it just plays so well in these all-in situations. So I feel like if this was closer to 15 bigs, we could let it go. But because it's sub 13 around that area and we can afford it, I want to see action, and he does call. I think this is the correct call, but there is probably people in the chat that think this is perhaps too late. If it was Queen Jack offsuit, I might just let it go for 11 bigs total and say nothing. But when it's suited, I think we just priced in. Seven five deuces to flop 2 hearts. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. River is the 6 of spades, and that's a big double up for Nike. Or Nickerone. I kind of like calling him Nike. Maybe we'll just call him Nick. And Latour says, in a card casino in Bratislava, 260 kilometers away from you. Oh, yeah. So you're telling me I have to travel 260 kilometers to get the good goulash, Latour? And M. Zoc says, isn't it better to shove ace-ace pre there? I actually agree with you. I think it plays better as a jam because your hand looks weaker. However, when I'm faced with a 3-bet there, I might just call. I might just call with the aces, that specific hand, and see a flop. Obviously, there are advantages and disadvantages to flatten with the aces. You don't want to give a bad flop where your opponent could just get away from their hand. But when you have aces, specifically aces, it seems like it's best to just call in that exact scenario. Sevens under the gun, raising to 625. Henry, with one of my favorite hands in the deck, the king queen suited, is going to call from the small blind. I think this is probably his best course of action. Had he got less chips, he probably still wants to call. If he's got more, he could consider a 3-bet. But given the ICM pressure, calling seems to be the best option, even if we are out of position. And he has got a nice flop on the 10-8-3 two-spade board. But it is Frankie who is going to bet 1.1 million into both players. This is probably just going to get Mr. Deposit to fold, facing 2 overcards, and Henry might want to consider getting the rest of his money in here. Perhaps he just wants to see a turn, but I would prefer to raise. Decide to just call. Turn is the 4 of hearts. So the turn goes check, check. The river is the king of clubs. Really nice river here for Henry. He's going to bet 2 million. Don't know what he can get paid by here a lot of the time. I suppose a 10 is going to have to pay off. Henry is going to be forced to turn his hand into a bluff if he missed something like a spade draw or a straight. Obviously, we blocked that for Frankie. I don't know how much I love betting here if you're Henry. Maybe getting your opponent to bluff for you would be a better option. I'm conflicted on this one, chat. You don't want to run the risk of checking and letting your opponent just check back with a 10. You want to get paid by hands. I'm going back and forward in my head. I think betting is probably better than checking. And so he has gone for the bet. And I like the sizing he went for. Doesn't want to go too big. Doesn't want to go too small. Somewhere in the middle. Not sure what Frankie is thinking about here. Be a weird time to raise as a bluff. You've got the complete wrong hand to do it with. He does eventually let it go. I think I prefer betting there, especially when we've got spades. If we didn't have spades, our opponent can have more flush combos. You got to remember, he called from the small. The big blind came along for the ride, so they're going to have a very wide range, especially for just one big blind more. Rinder with 58 bigs and MJ with 53 are your chip leaders. Henry, Paolo, and Frankie all fighting it out in that 30 to 35 big blind range. And then Nick, Mr. Deposit, and Sebastian, the 3 shortest stacks at the table, but all playing comfortable stacks of 25 bigs, 22 bigs, and 18 bigs. Couple of comments coming in there. Okay, Dan Fox, yeah, we got a mix up there when you asked that question. I wasn't even entertaining the fact that you're on about Vegas. No, you got to put that E, that all-important E at the end of World Series of Poker, the WSOP. So, yes, I believe the main event has started over in Vegas, but we're in Europe, buddy. So if you want to come over for that one, I'm sure you'd have a great time. biggest poker room in Europe and the biggest event. 10k buy-in, 5 million guarantee. What more could you ask for? 1.5 million for first last year, I do believe. ECW King says he didn't even know there was a World Series of Poker Europe before watching King's streams. I did. I remember it being in London, but it seemed very small, very exclusive. It was for the elites. The way they have it at the moment in Rozvadov, it's so accessible for people to find the place from all different places in Europe and indeed the world. Just the numbers were just colossal last year. It was amazing to see. I'm hoping that we're going back over there this year. A lot of people asking me about that. And sooner or later, it'd be nice to sit at the table myself. But they say jealousy is just someone you should be learning from. And Jack 4, King 5, King is the board. Frankie just hoping to get the showdown. And Henry, with the best hand, is just going to check back on the river. I actually was thinking he might consider going for small value. Unlikely our opponent has a king or a jack at that stage. Strata says the World Series of Poker ends July the 17th and the World Series of Poker circuit event is starting in Oklahoma right after it. Wow. Latura says it's the best goulash. 260 kilometers it would want to be, especially when I don't even know how to drive. I'll take your word for it. Maybe you could send me some in the post. Who knows? Freddie says maximum bounty. I actually don't. Oh, we do have that information. Thank you, Bird. You legend. Yeah, you can see the mystery bounties there. There's not many bounties left, it looks like, but imagine that 30 grand bounties. Wow. And Poker Gubby saying, my opinion that Frankie and Mr. Deposit are the strongest players. Yeah, it's kind of hard to know right now, Poker Gubby. It's been a really interesting opening frame. We will have a break in a few hands' time. We've only had one elimination so far. They are playing quite cagey, but I mentioned the reason behind that. A lot of stacks very closely contended. Henry going for the 3-bet to 1.7 mil from the cutoff, using his chips wisely here. I don't really like this particular combo, but we do have the ace blocker. We do have over 10 million in chips, so he is going to win a nice pot. So we've got two more hands left before the break. We haven't seen too many all-ins. We have seen ace-king countless times. More than 5, less than 10. Which is incredible considering it's only about 4 or 5 orbits, I would say. Frankie raising to 700k from the cutoff. Ace deuce off suit. Sometimes you just want to put these combos in the bin, even if you do have an ace blocker, especially if you've got very aggressive players behind. It hasn't been the most aggressive final table we've seen, especially for Dutch Classics. Like I keep saying, it's got to do with stack distribution. MJ with the same hand here in the big blind. Interesting to see what he does here. Probably just flicks it in, and he does do just that. Flop going check, check. Turn going check, check. River now, giving both players 2 pair. This is just going to go a bet and a call. Wow, just decides to fold. Guys, once the flop's gone check, check, and the turn has gone check, check, I think we have a mandatory call with an ace. With 2 pair, I felt like a bet and a call was a no-brainer. But once again, I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. These shows as well. I don't like these shows. There's just no need for it. No pair, no draw says, have we seen any pocket pairs that were between 8s and kings? We have had aces and then 7s and lower, but can't recall any other pairs. Yeah, but that's because the ace-king is popping off every hand. And the very first hand was queen versus kings. Yeah, I wasn't around for that, I don't think. UCW King says there is a need for it, Dan. It's the Dutch Classics. It's not just the Dutch Classics, it's the Dutch Classics Mystery Bounty. What else would you be doing on a Monday evening in the middle of summer? Can't be missing this kind of action. This is the last hand before the break. Frankie raising to 700k from the hijack. King 10 off suit. Mr. Deposit going to call in the cutoff. Really do not like the 2 black jacks flatting on the button here. It's a golden opportunity to jam all in, especially with this stack depth. So much money out there. to scoop the booty. And we're on the button. There's just no. Computer says no. I know there's a lot of pressure. And ICM, and you mightn't have been in this situation before, but I know it's a common theme in Ireland anyway. No one knows how to play Jack, so just move all in. I'm sure that that's a common theme worldwide. Actually, I know it is. No one knows how to play Jack, so just move all in. Ace Queen 9, 8 comes out. Look how much he could have just picked up pre had he just jammed for 22 bigs. And now Frankie going to bet $1 million here on the turn. Frankie taking the initiative here with just a straight draw, sniffing some weakness. And Mr. Deposit sometimes would consider calling, but because his opponent is betting into 3 other players, going to make a disciplined laydown, expecting someone to have an ace in this hand. Instead, Nick is going to call. I don't know, guys, if this is the right way to play jacks. Yikes. So it's Frankie betting. Nick, somewhat of a non-believer. And the river is the 4 of diamonds. Now, let us see if Frankie has got another bet in the chamber. Another barrel in the gun. Has to know he can't win by checking. Jack's playing this one quite passive, so he might feel like his opponent shouldn't have an ace too often and therefore wants to just move all in. Doesn't have to move all in if a smaller bet can get it done, and that's what he's gone for, 2 million. As ECW King says, Wednesday, big action, Dutch versus England. Yeah, I was saying that, all right. It's a big game. I'll be flying the Dutch flag for that one. Now, the problem with betting 2 million is if your opponent is called 1 million on the turn, he might feel somewhat priced in. Jacks is not a hand we want to call with here because we significantly block a lot of the draws we would want our opponent to have. He's a non-believer. He's made the call. Wow, what a call that is. Stunning. Well played, Nick. Just deciding that his opponent probably doesn't have a queen and there's 7 million in the pot. If he has an ace, he has an ace. And although not the exact combo to be calling, perhaps he had a live read. He's made the call. He is correct and wins a nice, sizable pot on our last hand before the break. Right, folks, don't go anywhere. Things are really heating up. We'll be back in a few moments.
65k with the 5-4 suited, but look at Youssef, ace jack suited. He's going for the 25k big value chips, which tells me he's going to 3-bet. Not what Georgios wants to hear with 5 high. Youssef. Does put in the 3-bet.
And yeah, he's got 40%, so an amazing price. Like, he needed 25. Oh boy.
Well,
oh,
I mean,
he might be in
it's
trouble.
just lights out. How often are you drawing dead on the flop and no limit hold'em?
Oh, go on, Yusuf, knuckle it, bro. Oh, like bet small, like B33.
Tiny, like 3 blinds.
Oh, he's going smaller. Go on, yeah, B20 is fine.
Now, if I'm Georgios and I do make the call pre-flop and I flop it up and down straight, I'm certainly continuing.
This is exciting here. Does just call. Had some very excited hands in the last orbit or so. We all know what the action turn card would be.
Georgios misses. 705,000. Now, Youssef, please go super small, Youssef. There is no, you have an absolute lock on this hand. Keep your customer interested. 200k. Please don't go all in. 200k. Perhaps Georgios considers the check raise. Do you know, it'd be even better, Henry? Check back. That would just be quality. Nothing to fear. Stone cold nuts. Love it. 150k.
I think when we're blocking the flushes that could call, and it's more likely that Georgios has like a pair with a spade, or like a hand like king queen. Yeah, nice lay down. Well, I say nice lay down, you know, 5 high. But yeah, off to the first break of the day, and what an exciting end there.
Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan, particularly with his image.
Grace.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georgios is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it! I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. Like that is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
175.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7?
Three players involved. First to act, Mr. Bond. Well, it's a problem for Armando. He's connected, he's made top pair. Mr. Bond with none of this. Just waiting for a check, and there it is, and now Dario. Well, he's going to fire for sure. 64,000 in the pot. Oh, sneaky, Henry. Interesting check. Armando, top pair. Chip leader, big stack. Looks to be about 50% pot size bet. 30k. Mr. Bond is going to get out of the way. Dario, he likes this check raise move.
3 pass.
So it's Italy versus Italy. Smooth call with the kings.
6 check. 6 calls.
Yeah, king of diamonds for dessert.
Armando picks up a good shot with his top pair. Dario with the same draw, but he's ahead with the kings. Queen would chop it. Check back from Armando, and well, Dario, it's like a bad beat, Henry. That queen on the river.
I'd love to see a jam here. It's so sexy. Although, would be missing out on value, but in terms of getting your opponent off a chop, I think block jam is really sexy as well. Like B33, 40k. I don't mind. I don't mind like 150% overbet, and I don't mind inducing the raise to then jam, because we always have ace king and our opponent never has ace king in this spot. He's gone polar though, close to the pot. Yeah, yeah.
That's quite remarkable. Armando clearly put him on ace king. You called it, Henry. This is Youssef. Pocket tens. 20 big blind stack. I think the short stack, Danielle, who's sitting on 11 big blinds, has a legitimate decision here with ace-jack, and he decides to put it in. Sebastian is interested, and why would he not be with ace-king suited? Youssef, well, I mean, he's committed here, making it 17,000 from a 60k stack. He's got to put it in with the tens once Sebastian comes in with a cold 4-bet. 4-bet does come in. Action with Youssef. I mean, this is the problem with the sizing, isn't it really, Henry? A real good example of why this 6x really doesn't have that many benefits. Whereas a min raise here, he can get away easily enough with the action that has followed, but he's totally committed, I think. With the tens, does pull the trigger, puts the tens in, and we're going to see three-way action. Two players short, but Youssef with the pair of tens. Well, this is good for tens, no diamond, no paint, no ace. 70% for Youssef. That's Youssef in your screen, all in with the tens.
A huge spot here to go from 20 to over 50 bigs. And well, the one piece of paint that he didn't mind seeing, Queen of Diamonds.
Danielle on the ropes. Jack and Jack only. Doesn't come from his busto. Danielle eliminated. Now what a pot for Youssef.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. We are live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. 8 players remaining. It's the Dutch Classics Mystery Bounty final table. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is 200k. Big blind is 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. Very interesting opening frame. The last 2 hours with just one elimination. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €3,625. All chasing that first prize of €38,500. Let's not forget about all those mystery bounties. Although a lot of them have been pulled at this late stage in the game. Brody is in the house. What's up, Brody? Chris says, Hock to a call. That was an exhilarating hand right before the break. I reckon that one might make the highlight reel, folks. I'm not sure if I analysed that one to the best of my ability, but it seems like it was a no-brainer to get the jacks in pre. Having said that, he found a way of calling on the turn and then finds the hero call on the river. I just think betting 2 million into 7.2, although it looks very strong when your opponent only has 5.5 million total, I think jamming and putting the maximum amount of pressure in that scenario is probably optimal. Southside Ronnie agrees with me, says, how does he win there? I don't know. Mr. Deposit going to take that one down on the Jack 8-4. And with the blinds going up, it's going to put more significant pressure on the shorter stacks and should allow the bigger stacks to apply max press. As you can see here, just 2 players over 40 bigs. 42 for MJ, and Reinder is your chip leader with almost a quarter of all the chips in play. 46 bigs. And then you've got 2 players with identical 33 big blind stacks. 33 and a third. And then a couple of shorties. I wouldn't call them too short. There's no one that's actually crippled. So it is all to play for here. What an event this is. If you're just tuning in on this Monday evening, €290 buy-in, starting entry field size of 1,651. Just one elimination in 2 hours, but be careful what you wish for because I predict a lot of action on the way. It's either a feast or a famine a lot of times at the poker feature table. And MJ, one of the bigger stacks at this table, is going for a full 3x sizing. And we've got action. Frankie is all in from the small. And Mr. Deposit, although he is facing an open and a jam, the jam is for sub 10 bigs, and therefore, although MJ, the majority of the time is just going to be priced in here to call, I wouldn't say with any 2 cards, but a lot of hands aren't going to be raise folding for an 8 big blind stack total. I still feel like Mr. Deposit's hand is too strong here. He's got the Jabracadas, he's in the big blind. Frankie can be shoving a lot wider than Jacks plus. But he might feel like Frankie has to be really strong here to rejam. Sub 20 big blinds ourselves. The thing is, if we fold here, MJ is going to be calling, I would say, at least 80% of the time. and therefore you might get a pay jump, but the aggressive route is what will get you a podium finish, and this is a golden opportunity to eliminate a player. Get seven-handed, get the pay jump. If you lose with jacks, then so be it. Does eventually go for the jam. Frankie is going to be in trouble here. This is underpants stuff for Frankie. Has to know he's up against a very strong hand. Mr. Deposit says, Hawk 2, I call. He's all in, and it's going to put the action back on MJ. MJ posturing here for a bit too long, in my opinion. He's hardly going to be calling 5.675 million more, trying to make it look like he has a stronger hand than he does. Doesn't really need to do that in this situation, considering there's two all-ins behind him. So it is all in call, 8.2 million in the pot. Mr. Deposit with the jabber card. Is Frankie in trouble? Pocket eights, and that's no bueno. King 10-4. We have our second elimination at this final table. And Mr. Deposit emphatically pounding the air. Frankie has been eliminated and will take home €3,625 for his efforts, and that means 7 players remaining now, all guaranteed €5,100. There's no pair, no draw, says Jack 8 can't really be considering just Hollywooding. Yeah, definitely Hollywooding. It's okay to Hollywood against one player, but there's just no real reason to do it against two. Like, there's two all-ins behind. It's not about getting the right price there. It's about the ranges that you're dealing with. And you can just fold, and the chances of someone being eliminated are very high. Especially when he opens from early position, gets jammed on from the small, and then the big blind goes all in over the top. That's just not your time to Hollywood. Henry in the cutoff here is going to go for just over 3x with the deuces and will take it down. Had he chose a smaller sizing, I would assume Nick would be completing with a suited 9-7 of diamonds. Sebastian is going to shove all in from the hijack with ace-8 suited. Nick has king-jack offsuit in the small. Goes to 10 bigs. Sometimes you might want to gamble here. Well, I feel like with the ICM pressure, you might just be able to let this one go. It is about a third of his stack to call. If you gave me king-queen here, especially king-queen suited, I'd be dancing. You make a ring and I'll dance. But with the king-jack offsuit, I think he's just going to make a good laydown. You will see some players call there that aren't as ICM savvy. I'm guilty of calling there myself sometimes. Sebastian is shoving from early position here. 12 bigs, ace-jack off suit. Standard stuff. Takes the blinds and antes down, which are currently worth $1 million. If you do that a couple of times, you've essentially doubled up. Especially when you're shoving off sub 12 bigs to start the hand. Give or take. Sebastian all in. This is almost 15 bigs he's shoving from under the gun. Don't really like shoving this amount of bigs, especially when we just took down the hand with ace-jack. You could use this in your raise fold range. But looks like he's just going to take this one down and add another million to his stack. Nines for MJ, and he is one of the bigger stacks at this table. Start putting the foot down. Certainly going to be opening pocket nines from the cutoff. Any position really. Wow, look at the sizing he's chose here. Almost 5 times the big blind. And this is an unbelievable opportunity to get a chunky double up for the Jabracadas of Paulo Coser. It does move all in, and MJ is going to be priced into call. We'll call for the additional 8 big blinds. Wow, MJ flopping a set. 9-3 deuce. That is awful for Paulo. We could have another elimination here unless he finds a Jeffrey. Turn is the queen of diamonds, close but no cigar. Just one card to come. 11 million in this pot. River is the 8 of diamonds. We are going to lose Paulo in 7th place. MJ scoops the booty, wins a huge pot, and is now your overwhelming chip leader. Perhaps not overwhelming, but I think 50 bigs is definitely enough to call him the chip leader. Very, very unlucky for Paulo. Nothing he can do there at the hand played itself. No pair, no draw, says fairly passive game so far. Had to say something, didn't you? You gave it that hock to her. Did flop a set. Beats the Jeffries, and we are now 6-handed. So 2 quick eliminations right after the break. 6 remain. No pair, no draw, says nines are usually my luckiest set. Flopping pair, random of course, but it seems that way. Well, we just seen the nines get very lucky there. Horrible if you're on the receiving end when you've got the dominating pair, but c'est la vie. Grinder raised on the button, king 9 of diamonds, Henry with ace queen of diamonds in the big blind. And Henry going for a 3-bet from the big blind, putting his chips to work. Goes to 3.5 million and takes that one down. Now Sebastian is your clear short stack with 15 bigs. MJ, your clear chip leader, although he just has 10 bigs more than Reinder. Reinder with 41, Henry with 39, Nick with 31, and Mr. Deposit with 29. Ace Jack under the gun, raising to 1.1 million. And lo and behold, Ace King is back out in force yet again. I'm going to 3-bet to 2.2. He's going to click it. Interesting sizing chose by Reinder here with the Ace King. Usually want to make it a bit bigger than this. Having said that, it will price a lot of the hands in that we want to call. Eight, 6, 4 is the flop. 2 clubs quickly going. Check, check. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. This pot with 5.4 million in it already. Double paired board now as we hit the river. And both players probably happy just to chop that one up. As ECW King says, someone check this man's sleeves for any aces or kings. Sebastian in the cutoff with pocket sevens. Looks like he's just going to rip. Sub 15 bigs. Probably his best course of action. Doesn't want to be raised calling. Doesn't really want to be raised folding. So therefore shoving becoming the best play. Anymore, I think we just have to be min raising. But sub 15 with these mid pairs, they probably play best as a jam. Just shove Takes it down. Nick just going to give a walk to MJ, something you don't see every day, especially at final tables. When it's the Dutch Classics. Could have opted to just complete there or try see a flop, but decided to let it go. As ECW King says, someone check this man's sleeves for any aces or kings. It is incredible how many times we have seen ace king already tonight. MJ going for a chunky raise size with his king jack offsuit, gets Rinder to fold 9-6 suited. Get your questions in. No pair, no draw says, is giving a walk at this point in the tournament almost always a bad idea? I mean, you could limp with anything, even something that you are trapping with. Good question. I think when we have a 5 and a 4 in our hand, anything that's less than 5 high, they are the kind of hands that we want to fold out if we were to raise. So I don't think raising with the 5-4 offsuit is good. That's not your question. I'm just trying to explain. If it's suited, I think we definitely limp. If it's 5-3 or 5 deuce offsuit, I think we just put it in the muck. 5-4 offsuit, I kind of just want to try see a flop if I'm against a very aggressive player who's going to 3-bet me a lot or raise it up, whatever the case may be. Put pressure on me pre, I'll probably just let it go. But against what I believe to be a weaker opponent, if I can see a flop for cheap, I just don't want to give that weak passive image. So I'm going to be completing extremely wide in the small blind. And if we're going to complete extremely wide, then you said if you're trapping, you're going to have to mix in a few traps to remain balanced. Ace king again. This time for MJ. He's 3-betting to 1.9 mil. And that's going to price Henry in. He's going to call with his queen 10 of diamonds. So nearly 5 million in his pot as we see the flop. The flop is ace 9 deuce, 2 clubs. MJ with top pair. Top kicker. He does just take that one down. Now Nick with pocket 8s in the hijack. You're going to see a lot of raise and take it down folks. There's a lot of pressure on, not only for ICM, but the stack distribution is fairly even. Obviously, we have the two chip leaders. Just when you hit that sub 15 bigs, you want to be rejamming more often and trying to hit flops, etc. You're not going to be opening as much. Playing relatively tight, and that gives the larger stacks the opportunity to steal the blinds more often. 5-4 is the flop, and Nick just facing one overcard to his pocket 8s. Unfortunately for him, that overcard has hit his opponent. I think we just bet it for Nick, try to get value from a 5 or a 4 or a draw. Also, equity denial, of course. Just bet 700k and does get called. Turn is the 3 of spades. Turn going check, check. River is the 6 of hearts. Henry checking again. Unlikely that his opponent is going to have a straight there. Hard to get value. Just decides to check. Full 3x with the ace-5 offsuit for Reinder. Henry going to go for a 3-bet here from the small blind with pocket tens. Goes for a 3-bet to 3.2 million. Putting the pressure back on Reinder. Reinder most likely just going to be forced to fold here. Sometimes you might throw in a 4-bet bluff, or if we had the ace-5 suited, we might just go for a jam against an aggressive opponent, 3-betting us from the small. He just shows the ace and folds. Pair no draw says so many people showing cards and always good ones. Yeah. That's a common theme, I think. My whole life anyway, playing in pubs and just Irish poker in general, it's always people are always showing an ace. Any chance they get gets a bit stale. Sure, it happens everywhere. I can only speak from playing in my own country, really. A few places in Europe I've seen it as well, of course. Don't get me wrong, no pair, no draw. Sometimes I think it's great to show cards. It really depends on the situation, but if you can show a bluff at the right moment, especially when all the momentum is shifting in your direction, it really puts the nail in the coffin sometimes. But if you show it at the wrong time, plus you might be giving away a tell. Sometimes people's ego getting in the way and they give away key information that they wouldn't give away had they just remained calm and composed, not trying to be Billy Big Balls. But in general, I think it's best to not be showing your hands. There's enough times you're going to have to be forced to turn over your cards. A lot of times people show their hands as well, or an ace, so they continue to bluff certain opponents, and the table knows that they had it. Poker is a game of lies. Full 3x here for Henry with Queen 10 off suit in the cutoff. Mr. Deposit, he's got 23 bigs. Sometimes you might throw in a 3-bet here, but because Henry has made it to full 3x, it's going to be tough to do that. He's got the right kind of stack. Had Henry made it 800k, he could make it like 2.2 million. But just decides to let it go. And I think it's totally fine to let it go anyway. More cards being shown, and lo and behold, I don't know how many times I could say this tonight. It's Ace King again. Incredible. How many times it's popped off around the table already. And I guess this goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. With 6 players remaining, we're playing a bit shorter handed now. Players should be opening their ranges. Raising a bit lighter. Early position is nearly late position now with just 6 remaining. Grinder betting 1.5 mil here. 6-5 of clubs on the king. Queen 9 gets MJ to fold his under pair. Bit of a strange one there from Rinder. Finds a way of taking it down. This guy has been a quirky sort of a player. There's no pair, no draw. Says even weirder than how many times Ace King has shown up is that it also has not really lost once either. Well, I guess one of the reasons why we haven't seen Ace King lose much is because you're blocking your opponents from having a good hand themselves. So you're just going to be taking down the blinds and antes the majority of the time, or whatever the case may be. As ECW says, I think there might be some alcohol in there as well. On a Monday, ECW, really? Oh, wow. Sebastian's turn to show a hand. Don't mind showing there, by the way. Small blind folds, you whip over your aces, so be it. I'm not saying I would show at that spot, but it doesn't really affect the action, so why not? ECW says, I'm seeing a pint next to him. Oh, yes. Lovely beer at the King's Resort, Pilsner. About €3 for a large beer. You can't go wrong, really. Prices of up to about €11 or €12 for a pint of Guinness in Dublin these days. Incredible. Anytime you see it under a fiver, can't be a bad thing. Sebastian is going to complete and will flop top pair on the 6-4 deuce rainbow. Flop. And Henry with a weaker kicker with his top pair. Whoa! Henry deciding to just stuff it on Sebastian here. Blind v blind action. And although Sebastian has only a 10 kicker, with just 12 big blinds behind, he's going to be forced to call here. He does flick it in. Gets the good news. Sebastian now a 4-1 favourite to take a chunky amount of chips off Henry. It's 12.4 million in this pot. The Dutchman will be under 10 mil for the first time in a while. Turn is the 7 of hearts. 7 outs now for Henry as we hit the river. But it is the 10 of clubs. Sebastian loving that river card. Big moment for him. Big smile. He loves it. Unfortunate for the Dutchman. Sometimes you just got to pay the man. ECW says, man knows he probably won't make a final table anytime soon, so having the best out of it, I can respect that. Yeah. Sometimes you just get as giddy as a schoolgirl. You're at a final table, you're playing for a load of money, and I'm not condoning having a beer or two. We've all been there. But sometimes it settles the nerves. It's not letting yourself have more than 2 or 3. I'm just... a very difficult thing to do when you live in Ireland, but sometimes having 1 or 2 to settle the nerves is not the worst idea in the world. But we've seen them play in all sorts of states at final tables at Kings. It doesn't surprise me. Sometimes it's just sad to see that someone's playing so well and then they get ahead of themselves, order some wine to the table or whatever the case may be, and suddenly you see them making a play that they mightn't have made a couple of hours ago. You know, there's plenty of time to do that after the game. It doesn't have to just be alcohol. I think drinking an excessive amount of energy drinks is not the greatest of ideas either. I say that as I have a Lucozade in my hand. But I was more on about stuff like Red Bull and those monster cans. But hey, whatever helps you sleep at night. No Perno Draw says, how much is that in freedom money? I don't know, man. You're going to have to ask George Michael about that one. MJ going for the full 3X. This larger sizing has been working for MJ because a lot of players can't do much about it. Just forced to fold. Nobody wants to bust before the other. And let's not forget, with 6 players remaining, although they're playing for a lot of cash, especially from a €300 buy-in, well, 290 to be precise, there's the small matter of those 10k tickets up for grabs for the podium finish for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It's for the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place at the King's Resort in Rosvedov later on this year. So the pressure is also on from that angle also. ECW says, better to those kids ordering green tea. Yeah, I was feeling very much like a hypocrite there a second ago because I am addicted to coffee. I love it. So, although the energy drinks have shitloads of sugar, drinking excessive amounts of coffee is not great either. You want your green tea to keep you chill at the table, but Bird says it's a crime to drink it at the poker table. Perhaps it is, Bird. Here in the hijack pocket sevens. And Nick going to call from the small with pocket threes. I think with a pocket pair here, you could opt to rejam from the small. ICM, I would say you'd have to be a bit tighter, but off sub 20 bigs facing an open from the hijack. Small pockets aren't going to play too well, just calling out a position. Turn is the deuce of diamonds and everyone checking. This is the problem. Even with a hand with pocket threes and you see a flop like 7-4-4, you don't know where you are. He is going to call. That's 1.5 million. He just has 6 million behind. This pot starting to get bloated as we hit the river. Stack to pot ratio is less than 1-1. River is the 4 diamonds, and that's not a good card for Nick. He might pay off a bet now. 6.4. Does Sebastian go for it all, or does he try to get a small sizing paid? If he's going to go for a small sizing, you could bet something like 2.4 million. Even ace high might call a 2.4 million bet here. $2.2 million is the bet. Right around the amount I suggested, and Nick probably pays this one off because his opponent could be bluffing him with a hand like ace high. Maybe not ace high, but king high. Any hand that's a bluff really on this board. Also could try to get his opponent off a chop, although that's quite unlikely. I just think when we've got a full house, although it's for nearly half of our stack, or a third of it anyway, sometimes you just got to pay the man. This is a nice value bet from Sebastian. $2.2 million into 8.6, so he only has to be good around 20% of the time to make this a profitable call. And surely, at least 1 in 5 times, Sebastian is bluffing here. So he does decide to just have to pay him off. Nasty one for Nick. This is exactly what I was saying about these small pocket pairs. They can get you into a lot of trouble on a lot of boards. And then oftentimes you're just forced to check fold. Especially when there's high cards out there. You're really just hoping for a 3. Now, having said all that, it was One of those kind of boards where you just had to pay him off. But my opinion stays the same. MJ with 50 bigs now is your chip leader by quite some margin. Well, 13 bigs or so. Put some distance between first and second. Sebastian now with 37 bigs and Ryder with 34. Then Henry with 19. Mr. Deposit with 17. And Nick, after paying that one off with the full house on the river, finds himself with 7 big blinds. Bird says beer, whiskey, or maybe a dry martini, shaken, not stirred. All right, Mr. Bond. And ECW says my biggest score online was when I was sloshed on whiskey. Yeah, but guys, I'm trying to talk about the grand spectrum of things, not not these isolated incidents where you had a really good time playing 1-2 or 2-5 in a casino and got home at 3 o'clock the following day. ECW says, you know, ace 4 starts looking like aces, etc. It's way better for your aggro play. No, pair no draw says, I do like to drink alcohol at the table, but I always limit myself to 1 drink an hour and will stop when I notice it is affecting my play. But I enjoy it as a social aspect. But I am no pro, so it's good to enjoy your time at the table as well. Yeah. I just think it's night and day. I played the Irish Open, which is an absolute beer fest for a week for most people. And I arrived there and I had all my meals prepped. I felt skinnier than I had in a long time. I was doing my meditation, the Wim Hof breathing. I had all my green teas. Everything was in check is what I'm trying to say. And then I just noticed the difference of how well I was playing. But I'm far from an angel. And sometimes you've got to remember these are recreationals. They're not professionals and they're trying to enjoy themselves. But I'm saying when you're at a final table of this magnitude and you haven't been in a spot like this, you don't want to have any doubts. And unfortunately, the more you see drinks getting brought to the table, the more doubts are going to creep in. Even as I say any of what I just said, I just feel like a hypocrite, but we can all run it up when we're sloshed. But you can't do that consistently over time. It's not sustainable. Nick shoving from the cutoff. And whoa, Sebastian is going to call for 6 big blinds more. I feel like this is a bit of a light call here from Sebastian. He's not even suited. It's 7 bigs total. And although it was only 6 more and he's invested his big blind and his big blind ante, it's still about a 1/5 of his stack, a 1/6 of his stack. He does have the opportunity to eliminate a player if he can hit a king of kings. 10, 9, 4 is the flop. 2 diamonds. Wow, turn is the king of hearts. And now Nick needs a 7. Only 1 7 remaining in the deck, or we're going 5-handed. It's the 6 of diamonds. Not a good orbit for Nick. Loses a chunky pot with his pocket trees, and now shoving from the cutoff. Getting the call he wanted, but unlucky on this occasion. And he will take home €6,700 for his efforts. That means 5 players remaining now, and they are all guaranteed a minimum of €9,050. We are just 2 eliminations away from the ticket. tickets are for first, second, and third. Mr. Deposit now finds himself as one of the shortest stacks remaining with under 20 bigs. They have to remember as well, blinds and antes going to be coming around more often now that we are shorter handed. Average stack is still 16.5 mil, which is just incredible at this late stage. Still playing with a 33 big blind average. Minder going for the full 3x here on the button, ace-9 offsuit. VCW King says he only beats a bluff. I would presume you're on about the hand with the trees. Pair no draw said I lost £8 when I was in Vegas for 6 days. That is not good because I ate maybe one meal a day. Oh, I have the opposite problem when I go to on these trips. I can't stop eating. Buffets and breakfasts and dinners and coffees and cakes, beer and crisps, whiskey. Chocolate as well. I love chocolate. It all adds up. Rinder bet 2.5 million here. We'll take that one down. Shows his hand once more. Or it says, wait, not money. It was the money that would be record breaking for a Vegas trip. All right. Yeah, I don't think you go to Vegas and only lose £8. Back to London said he's an open book. Well, yeah. You've got to remember, man, this is a €290 buy-in. A lot of these players remaining won't have played for this kind of money before. And he seems to be having a lot of fun. So more power to him. I'd like to see MJ, although I like larger sizings, especially when we can put the pressure on. I think this is a bit excessive, raising almost 4.5 times the big blind. If you're going to do that and it's your average raise size, you're just pricing out all these hands that you want your opponents to call with to see a flop. How long are the blind levels? Asked no pair, no draw. I believe 50 minutes, somewhere. It's never less than 40 and it's never more than an hour. So somewhere in between. So Rinder opening and Sebastian 3-betting. Rinder with a very loose open. Sebastian sniffing it out. 3-betting from the cutoff and wins a nice pot for himself. A lot of momentum shifting in Sebastian's direction. He's up to 23 million now and change. I keep seeing on this felt as well, King's Bet. I would love the opportunity to play on that site. I'm sure it's going to be awesome. Be sure to check that out, guys. I believe it's only available in Prague. Sorry, the Czech Republic. Starting off. MJ going for 1.75 million from the small blind, and Reinder is going to 3-bet. Strange that he's going for a raise to 5.5 million with just pocket threes. Oh, he shows again. Reinder Goulash is having the time of his life. 80.3 million now. Seems like a good time to mention, guys, by the way, the Euro Poker Millions is coming. It's going to be one of the biggest events that I can remember at King's for a long time. 2 million guaranteed. But it's running from the 16th of this month all the way to the 30th. Get yourself to King's. Buy-ins for every shape and size. Whatever's clever in your buy-in range. You've got stuff from about €150 all the way up. Trying to see the biggest buy-in. Obviously, you've got the main, the Big Daddy. That's €540 plus 50. With a 2 million guarantee is just incredible. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, Henry shoving under the gun with sevens, and Reinder doesn't have to do much here with the Kings of Kings. 2 black kings going to isolate. But again, I feel like he's done that so fast. Has to have a big hand. It is all in and call, and Henry is going to need a 7. Is it always coming 7? Or is Reinder going to have a massive stack? We're about to find out. Here we go. Queen 8-6, 2 diamonds on the flop. No help to Henry. Turn is the 5 of clubs. River is the king of hearts. Did pick up an open ender on the turn, but it wasn't to be. And the Dutchman bows out in 5th place. Unlucky, sir. Good game. Nice score nonetheless. €9,050. And that means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €11,800. Great score for all 4 remaining players. And that means we are on the ticket bubble. The difference between 4th and 3rd place is from €11,800 to €15,800. So that's a $4,000 difference, but that's not all. It's also the small matter of this 10K ticket. So this is a huge, huge difference between fourth and third. This is underpants stuff. He's back to London, says, good entertainment before I head to my horse tourney here in Vegas. ECW says, horse poker or horse racing. Stop your horsing around. Best of luck, whatever you're doing. If you're back in horse racing or going to play horse in Vegas, I presume that's what you're on about. Best of luck back to London. Sebastian 3xing in the small. Now, I think Sebastian is nearly better off just ripping these hands, putting the maximum amount of pressure on Mr. Deposit. When he makes a 3x here, I think we just have to call, although some players might opt to rejam against an aggressive wide opening range from the small blind and take it down pre. Does call. Mr. Deposit flopping a monster draw. Gets Sebastian to c-bet. He will take that one down with a jam. Really nice pickup there for him on that board. Just back to London says you can definitely play whack-a-hole for dollars. Oh, jeez. Hock to it. Been about an hour before or since we said that one. Gonna bring it back. MJ getting the walk. We'll take it down with the ace-4 of clubs. Mr. Deposit with pocket eights. on the button. Makes it 1.2 to go. The really interesting part here is for Mr. Deposit. He's got a hand that normally you would want to be raised calling with. But with a 14 grand difference between fourth and third, I don't even know if eights can raise call. I mean, surely they can. If you want to take that move away from the big blind, you just want to rip from the button for 22 bigs with eights. I think it becomes your best course of action. Yes, it is risky business, but you really don't want to be raised folding, and you really don't want to be raised calling. He has flopped a set here. Wow, we're about to see fireworks. Surely a lot of money going to go in here based on how big of a sizing these players have been using. And Reinder wasting no time at all in raising to 2.5 million. And Mr. Deposit gonna go do a bit of Hollywood. All Mr. Deposit wants to do is call here. Unless he wants to try get in against a combo draw right here, right now. But it's not too often we flop a set. I think he just wants to call. Looks like a mystery bounty is about to be pulled. And he does 4-bet all in, and this pot is huge now, folks. 22.8 million. I predicted we would see fireworks. The players have delivered. Not sure if Reinder wants to be getting that much chips in on the flop, but I reckon all the money will be going in either way. Oh, it's Quadzilla. Daily quads. Mr. Deposit winning a huge pot, taking a chunky amount of chips away from Reinder. Reinder Goulash losing at least 10 million there. And look how even they are now, guys. 47 bigs is your chip leader. Mr. Deposit now with 46, Sebastian with 40, and Reinder not too far behind with 32. This could go on for quite some time. Still about 160, 170 bigs in play. These players seem to be very evenly matched as well. It's not often we're four-handed when it is this close. That's incredible. 28%, 28%, 24 and 20. So Reiner going to go for the 3-bet here to 2.5 million. MJ is going to call. Ace Jack Deuce is the flop. 2 diamonds. Turn is the 3 of spades. That's going to go check, check as well. River is the 6 of spades. Both players playing cagey. So we might see a bluff there from Reinder. I don't think he's going to be winning a showdown too often. Just king high. I see he asking about bonuses. I can't really comment on that. No, I don't think so. There's no bonuses when it's a tournament. Of course, they will have certain things for cash games. That'd be jackpots, straight flushes, all that kind of crack. Can net you more money. Not in something like this. Reinder opening. Sebastian 3-betting. It looks like Reinder is going to fold. Reinder is going to call. Don't really want to be calling with this combo out of position when we're unsuited. This guy is a loose cannon. What's at stake here? 14 grand is the difference between fourth and third. Calls the 3-bet and just lobs 5 million into the middle like it ain't no thing. When that hock to it right on there, taking it down now, playing 17.65 million. Latura asking about bonuses as well. In casino in Slovakia where I play is bonus in tournaments. Yeah, I just don't. I think it's way more applicable, or you see it way more in cash games than tournaments where they have bonuses for certain things. Sebastian going to open again. We'll try again, says Sebastian. Jeez, these guys are so evenly matched. They're swapping chips around like crazy. Chico Mancho says it was a value bluff. Perhaps. Minder in the big 500k to call. Ace King 4 is the flop. Sebastian top pair, Jack kicker. Bet's going to be all she wrote on that one. There's another name I recognize. Peculiar Invictus says he played with Grinder Goulash. We call him Grinder Goulash, I think. Call him GG. Played with a Slovenian poker tour, and he's a very interesting player. Well, we love interesting players to give us action on this channel. It's been a very fun final table so far. I hope you're enjoying the show wherever you're tuning in from. Sebastian's going to open again. This time with Jack 10 offsuit and Mr. Deposit in the small blind with nice suited connectors. 8-7 of hearts. Looks like he's going to use it as a 3-bet. Nice chunky 3-bet, and that's going to get the job done. Nice pickup there for him. Elad Poker Pro says, when they're getting the bounties, will they broadcast it live? What's happened in the past, Poker Pro, is they will zoom over to the monitor and you will see sometimes what bounty the players got, but I believe a lot of the bounties have been pulled already, so I don't know the exact story with the bounties, but I think a lot of bounties will have been done and dusted. And Chico says, we want to see some raises and 3-bet, please. Well, you got to remember there's a 14 grand difference between fourth and third. It's just a massive, colossal difference. So you're going to see the players be relatively cagey. No, very cagey, I would say. Also, the added factor is they're very close in chips. So Mr. Deposit is going to raise 1.1 mil, King Jack of Spades, and Reinder is going to call. And Reinder loving that flop, 2 pair. Let's see some chips go in here. Sebastian, the top pair, and an open ender. 2 checks, and Mr. Deposit wants to be checking this back. Let's check it back. Turn is the queen of clubs. Now, if I'm betting and I'm Reinder, I'm betting about that much. It goes for what looks to be about 4 million. I was going to say you want to go for a large sizing here. Pot is certainly a large sizing. And the problem for Sebastian is this is a considerable chunk of his remaining stack. Having said that, I think he's going to have to see a river, knowing that Reinder could just have a flush draw here. Could have a weaker hand than Sebastian's. So I expect to see him call, even though the price really isn't that great. He's only got 16 mil, and it's 4 million to call. Not sure what you do in this hand. Let me know in the chat. I think once the flop has gone, check, 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 we have to call. £1 a turn, even though it kind of sucks. We're going to see a lot of rivers that we hate. Reinder could just have something with a 5 in his hand, although he's going to have a more condensed range from the small blind. I mean, he does have 7-6 here, so kind of knocks that one out of the park. But now has a full house. It's hard to know what to do against a loose cannon, a wild card. 12 million almost in this pot now. What does Reinder want to do? Is he just going to go for the lot? I think that is the sizing he would choose if he had a busted straight draw, a busted flush draw. Looks like he's going for value. Looks about 4.5 million, 5 million. Goes for 5 mil. And Sebastian does block straights. This is a pretty tough spot here for Sebastian. Blocks the high end of the straight. Does have a pair. Knows his opponent is capable of bluffing. What do you think he's going to do, chat? Call or fold? All vote now. Such a large chunk of Sebastian's remaining stack. If he calls and gets this one wrong, oh, he does call him off. And Reinder showing the goods and will win a huge pot off Sebastian. Sebastian looking disgusted and is now going to be your clear short stack with 4 players still remaining. Peculiar says, usually when you bust, you go and draw your bounties. Perno Draw says, I am a chicken, so I would have folded the 8-9. But I think it probably should have been a call. But he is getting about 3-1 on his money, even a little bit better price than that. We are coming up to another break as far as I know. Look at the difference now. Sebastian with 13 bigs, and the closest to him then is 46. And then there's just 10 bigs separating Mr. Deposit, MJ, and Reinder. Mr. Deposit with the Jack-9, MJ with the 9-6, 7-4-3 is the flop, 2 diamonds. I've gone check. You're going to see a lot of these blind v blind battles. Every chip so important now. The river is the king of clubs. Mr. Deposit going to try get this one through as a bluff. But it didn't matter. His opponent could do nothing about it. Mr. Deposit raising to 1.2 million with ace 5 of hearts. Takes it down. Chico says he likes goulash. The player, not the soup. So he did some crazy things, but when he finally got a hand, he got paid. Yeah, I mean, he has been hitting hands. Someone mentioned earlier that he's an open book, but it's very easy to be an open book when you're showing every hand that you're in. Granted, we can see the cards at home. Does have a nice hand here in the small, king 10 of clubs. Just decides to rip from the small. Perno Draw says he has shown all of his hands to you. I don't think it was just you, but yet he's fond of showing an ace. All right. Average stack now over 20 million. This game is still so deep. 1 hour blinds in the Mystery Bounty Dutch Classics edition. They will be going on a break soon. About 5 more hands or so. MJ raising to 1.2 mil. Eight, 7, 5 is the flop, and MJ the best of it here, out flopping the ace queen of Reinder. He should just be checking this one back. I don't know if I've missed something somewhere. I don't know how this pot is so big. MJ going to bet on the turn and we'll take a sizable pot away from Reinder. Reinder raising for 2 mil with the ace queen of diamonds. It's going to be good enough to take it down. And Mr. Deposit with the ace 10 offsuit. Pumps it up. Three-way action to the flop. King 7-6. Turn is the 8 of clubs. And the river is the 8 of spades. And now MJ looking for value, it seems. Mr. Deposit blocks the straight, does have ace high, and is getting 3-1. Ace high is going to be hard to be the best hand on this board, but it has paired on the river. Does pay him off. I think it's understandable there. Paying him off with the ace high. Couple of missed draws, and maybe the small blind just has to bluff a decent portion of his range. Blinder given a walk. Sebastian going to take it down with Queen 10 off suit. And M. Jello in the house. Welcome. Two more hands, guys, before the second break. Perhaps not the second. The second for me. It's been exhilarating action. Naturally enough, it has slowed down. I've mentioned it enough times. 14 grand difference between fourth and third. No one wants to bust before Sebastian now. He's only got 10 bigs, and he does shove from the small. 12 big blinds total. Takes it down. Sebastian is going to shove from the button. Ace King. We haven't seen it in a little while. So that is going to bring us to our break. Underpants stuff will commence after the break. These guys really in the depths of it now. Go boil a kettle or get some refreshments. This one could go on for quite some time yet. I will see you all in a few moments.
Hold it right around to Ayal in the cutoff who lets go the 9-6. Now we have Giuseppe with a small pair in the button. Well, this is a 30 big blind shove here. Oh boy, look at this, Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this shove. I guess you're getting a ton of hands you're flipping against to fold, and possibly even some hands that are crushing you to fold also. I'm thinking 3s and 4s. But he's run into it here.
Yeah.
The chip leader with the bullets.
This is... let's call a spade a spade. I'm a fan of calling a spade a spade. This is a bit of a blunder from Giuseppe.
30 bigs.
I'm probably folding button, to be honest with you.
I think I'm always raising.
Well,
but I mean, I don't think I'm ever jamming 30 big blinds. Not into a stack that has me covered. 2 shorties for sure, but I mean, this guy Giuseppe has a ton of experience, Henry. Well over 100k in live cashes.
right, let's put the bag on.
It kind of went wrong for him against Youssef just before the break. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I mean, the dealer could hand him the deck and say to him, pick whatever card you want out, you know. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. He needs perfect.
I mean, can we get a sweat at least, like a king? A king would have been fair, right? Wow, deuce on the river.
Hey. I'm getting the feeling, Henry, that Emil is just not comfortable with how this table's unfolding. He likes to take charge, Emil.
Does.
Become the table captain and kind of set the tone, but it's just not happening for him. Hello, Ace King. Back to visit Mr. Bond once again, of the spade variety on this occasion, 75.
Oh boy. Maybe, just maybe, that previous dialogue exchange between Robert and Mr. Bond is going to get Emil to make a mistake pre-flop. It doesn't, does just defend. Wow.
There's got to be action, Henry. Top pair versus the good shot, backdoor spades, 2 overcards. Mr. Bond has a lot going on here.
We
We'll
know
just
what the
check
brutal card
calls.
would be.
Okay, what are you? Jack is coming. Oh, stop it! It's unbelievable. This could be the end of Emil BC, Henry. What a card.
Wow. 2 outs once for Emil. You can see the remaining jacks dead. Mr. Bond
How can you read this guy?
turning the stone cold nuts. Wow.
Check raise, snap call. I mean, it's brutal. It really is. Now, Emil Bise with the redraw to the full house. If he doesn't hit Henry, it's sayonara. Former champion on the ropes. Queen or Jack, Mr. Bond stands up.
Brutal stuff here for the champ.
Sick turn card, 7 on the river. Elimination for the former champion. Massive pot.
Feels like the type of hand it'd be a disaster to raise fold, right? Versus this lineup. No. Okay.
I mean, that would have been just high-level stuff. The flat call with the queens after the undergun limped. 3.5x raise from Santos with the queens. USEP folds, and now Mr. Bond with ace-9.
Looks back at the ace before looking at his second card. Nope, hasn't improved. Still the 9 of spades. So the big blind get through as well. Oh, wow.
It's cooler. And look, Jack will be in the bin.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, we're going into
Robert
break as well.
Kukoska. I mean, it's over. There's no escape, Henry. He's going to put his money in. Never doubted it. Georgios, I mean, this is just a snap fold. But the noteworthy part of this fold is that one of the jacks will be going over the line. Snap call from Santos with the queens.
Yeah.
It's a really bad situation.
Spades working for Robert. As Finton mentioned, and one of his jacks already dead. So it's a 1-out type of situation. You can see his reaction. I mean, it's pretty grim, man. He's been so patient with this short stack and
absolutely horrible.
Finally chipped up a little bit and just gets jacks into queens. Well,
chop possibility?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll take a sweat, right?
Well, that's the end of that. Jack of hearts, and Jack of hearts only to save Robert. Well, Robert has Santos covered. But it's a big blow for Robert. Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan, particularly with his image.
Race.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georges is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of a hit.
Knew it. I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna flick this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing for over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was gonna call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position, and he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay, fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
175.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan with the ace of clubs. I mean, what's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I have tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh? Pocket 7.
Ditto saying, is his real name Fire at Will? It is indeed. Change it. Oh wow, what a 6 it up.
I mean, Yusuf could very well 3-bet jam all in. We've seen him do this.
Yeah.
Loves to get his money in first.
This is 25 bigs. He's going for the 3-bet bluff. Oh, sorry. 3-bet bluff. 3-bet fold. It's interesting, this, like, feels like a bit of a disaster to 3-bet fold if our opponent's going to be jamming in 9s, 10s, jacks. I mean, if that's the case, if we're planning on 3-bet folding, then it just makes more sense to flat and see flops. I'm assuming this is going to be a 3-bet fold, although Yusuf yesterday in certain spots did kind of get a bit sticky.
Interesting. Flat call from Fire at Will with the ace-king suited. Card holder on top of his cards, and both players miss. Fire at Will has him covered. Yusuf is making a continuation bet here. Looks like 115. It looks like Fire at Will is going to give it up. What looked like a disaster for Youssef. He's found a way to win this, and Youssef just won't believe.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Just in time, catching this hand. King 4 spades. Going to raise call for 12 bigs. Not a fan of this call. With just a 4 kicker, even if it is suited. Sebastian should not be at risk here, but he does find himself in a position to double up. Not anymore. The king of clubs on the turn. Always a surprise around the corner of kings. And now MJ set to eliminate Sebastian at a 14 grand pay jump. Wow. Incredible stuff. What a moment that is for MJ. And Sebastian really fancied him to get to top 3. Don't think the king 4 should be calling there. A couple of hands not going Sebastian's way, and the ticket has been burst just like that. First hand after the break. Second hand after the break. My apologies. I actually like to take this opportunity to apologize to absolutely nobody. Hope you are all enjoying the show. Now the real game begins. Who is going to become your Dutch Classics Mystery Bounty Champion? Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov on this Monday evening /night. Really nice payout for 4th place, but Sebastian will be disappointed. As for the other 3, very happy to see that king roll off on the turn. He will take home 11,800 euro for his efforts. So 3 remain. All guaranteed a minimum of 15,800 euro. While chasing that first prize of 38,500 euro. If you're just tuning in, that's what you're watching. It's a 290 euro buy-in. 3 remaining from a starting entry field size of 1,651. MJ gonna min raise here. Raise 4 offsuit. And Mr. Deposit probably wants to see a flop for this price. Might turn this into a 3 bet occasionally. Could make it about 4.2 mil here. But he does decide to just call. $7-3-3 is the flop. Mr. Deposit top pair. Decent kicker. Flop gonna go check, check. 10 of clubs rolling off on the turn. Now Mr. Deposit most likely wants to bet. MJ could have considered also to bet the flop. Just deciding to have a balanced range on this occasion. Checks it back with no spades in his hand. Mr. Deposit is going to bet 2 million here. And MJ decides to just quickly let it go. Thought we might see him call on the turn with ace high, 3-handed. Decides against it. Reiner going to bet 1.5 million here on the 10-4-3. 2 diamond flop. Turn is the 6 of hearts. MJ We continue here with King Jack. He also could have elected to 3-bet pre, but decided against it. Turn quickly, going check, check. Rinder tapping the table multiple times. Now MJ looks like he's going to turn his hand into a bluff. Now let's see what Rinder does here. He's a very fast acting player. And there you have it, folks. Rinder going to make a great call. These guys going to be playing 8 big blinds apart now. 55 bigs for MJ, 47 bigs for Rinder. By the way, chat, if you're still with me, which I presume many of you are, who have you got winning this one? Get your predictions out in the chat. We're far from putting a ribbon on this thing yet. It'd be nice to see who you want to take this one down. Rinder with the King 10 off suit, raising it up in the small. Mr. Deposit calling in the big. King 4 off suit. Rinder with an open ender. It is important to note as well, guys, the blinds went up 300, 600, 600. It's going to put more pressure. But there is no one that's really the short stack, so they're still very deep. Guts of 50 bigs apiece. And it's anyone's game. And say what you want about Reinder, he has been a bit of an open book, but he certainly is very tricky to play against. You don't know what he's going to do next, and they're the kind of interesting characters I love commentating on at the Kings. So he's just going to go into check call mode, and turn is the 8 of diamonds. Mr. Deposit is just going to take that one down with a bet. I would have preferred to see Reinder continue on that turn, but Mr. Deposit does take it away from him. The Lord giveth and the Lord take it away. Nice pick up there for him on the turn, nonetheless. Mr. Deposit going for a raise. 1.4 million with the 9-5 suited. MJ is going to call from the small ace-10 off suit, and Reinder's going to come along for the ride with king-jack off suit. So three-way action to the flop. And it is top pair for MJ. Everyone checking. Turn is the 7 of spades. MJ going to bet 3 million. Mr. Deposit not going to see a river. Nice pick up there for top pair, top kicker. Though he wouldn't have minded a call there on the turn. MJ raising on the button, A7 offsuit, going for the min. Mr. Deposit is going to defend with 10-3 of spades. Ace-9-5 is the flop, top pair for MJ. He's just going to take this one down with a bet. Rinder is mixing things up now with a limp on the button, pocket threes. Mr. Deposit is going to complete in the small blind with king six of diamonds. MJ is going to check his option. Top pair for Mr. Deposit and MJ. $1.5 million is the bet from Rinder. Little does he know, both of his opponents have top pair. This is kind of tricky now for MJ. He's facing a bet and a call. Obviously, he's got top pair, but he has a very bad kicker. But that's not going to stop him from raising. Wants to see where he's at right here, right now. Gets one player out of the way, and now what does Mr. Deposit do? Wow. MJ with some strong power poker, getting Mr. Deposit to fold a better hand. I didn't think that would work right there on the flop, but the pressure of the raise, getting his opponent to fold a better hand. Nice pick up there for MJ. MJ is starting to emerge, in my opinion, as the strongest player remaining. I think I've known that for quite some time, if I'm going to tell the truth. But it's starting to really come together for him nicely. A6 taking that one down. Three-handed now, it's going to be so much harder for these players to make a hand. Such big jumps as well. Third is almost 16,000 euro, and then second place 22,500. And last but not least, the winner will be taking home 38,500 euro. As we nearly approach midnight at the King's Resort. I see the chat has gone a bit dead at the moment. To be fair to you, it's been absolutely buzzing for hours. 10-7-7 is the flop. Turn is the king of clubs. The river is the deuce of hearts, and Reinder's going to check again. Now, see the way Reinder has been playing. He's been very honest and open with his game. That won't favour him too well in a three-handed situation when the blinds and antes are coming around fast and furious. As all the time says, sorry, don't ever apologise to me all the time. You're one of the biggest fans on this channel, and you are there all the time. As all the time says, great to have you here, Dan. Love you too, buddy. So, all players want to be opening up their game, obviously, now that we're so short-handed. But for MJ, with that sea of pink chips, he can really start abusing the situation. Reinder going for the min raise. I don't like MJ's sizing here. We want to be making it more with a hand like 9-6 offsuit. Now he's going to be priced in for 1.3 million more. I also don't like Reinder making such a small 3-bet. He's 4 deuce deuce. And Reinder's just going to check back. Turn is the queen of diamonds. River is the king of hearts. Now MJ has to know he can't win by checking. But having said that, Reinder is going to have some king X in his range, and he's going to snap with ace high. So MJ just decides to pick a better spot. As all the time says, everyone else did leave. Well, it's nearly midnight all the time. People have lives that they have to be getting on with. It's a Monday as well. They're usually very tired on a Monday. Dutch Koala in the house. There's a name we haven't seen. Nice to have you with us. Dutch Koala says his eyes can't handle this. As Mr. Deposit has ace king and MJ raising on the button. See, MJ now did say he seems like the strongest player remaining, but he does go for these really, really large sizes. Puts himself in these sticky situations that are avoidable. He's raising to just over 4 times the big blind, and it's just a lot of chips to risk when you can get the job done for a way smaller sizing. Now you've lost 4 bigs instead of 2 or 2.5. Ruse says he's watching. Dutch also. Nice one. Mr. Deposit will take that one down. See, Mr. Deposit is in between MJ's stack and Reinder. He really, really does not want to bust before Reinder. That would be an absolute disaster for him. Such a significant page up between third and second. Yes, he has secured 10K tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe. He has got all the other pay jumps, but look at the difference between third and second when you have, I believe, nearly double the chips of Reinder. Something around that area. It's changing very quickly when you're posting your big blind ante, nearly every hand. MJ going to limp on the button. Reinder in the small with 30 bigs. King Queen off suit. King Queen will just take it down. No pair, no draw says about dinner time here in the US. It's always going to be dinner time somewhere. I decided to have a late night bowl of pasta there on the break, and I am already regretting my decision. Carbs at this hour of the night, not good when you are commentating. And he says, sometimes I wonder how these guys get so far in a tournament. Yeah, you got to remember, the Nightbot saying it the best there. These are mostly amateur players sitting on a TV table for the first time and playing for the biggest cash in their whole life. See, I like this kind of a raise size more. Min raise is totally fine. If he wants to go for 2.5x, that's okay too. Reinder. These guys don't seem to be too tired either. There's a pep in their step, especially Reinder. You got to remember, decision fatigue sets in sooner or later. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. Great to see people from the US tuning in and all over the world. It's awesome. Your support means the world to me, and I'm sure it does too to the Kings production team. I don't think I've mentioned this once today, but if you are enjoying the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. And be sure to check out the merchandise store on the Kings Resort website and all the additional information about the resort itself. Head over to www.kingsresort.com. And Nee says, I'll be playing the Czech Poker Masters, never been at Kings yet. Well, you're going to love it. That Czech Poker Masters is always a good one. Wish you the best of luck. Largest and best poker room in Europe. 4 deuce is the flop. Mr. Deposit taking that one down with his 2 pair. Mr. Deposit opening things up. 8-7 off suit. Ace 4-3 is the flop. Rinder with the Jack 9. Not much happening from here, and looks like Mr. Deposit just bets and takes this one down. Yeah, there is loads and loads of options with regards to accommodation, and it's not much more than an hour from Prague Airport. 90 minutes at most. As the crow flies. Minder in the small ace deuce of clubs. And he will take that one down. As all the time says, tickets alone is why I would love to play here. It looks fantastic. Yeah, I mean, you hear me talking about the World Series of Poker Europe main event and indeed the other events that are on all year round. 15 bracelets, 15 million in guarantees. You've all year to try and qualify. It's just an amazing, amazing series of poker. Hopefully, I'll get to play some of them. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Rinder with the jacks. MJ being jack off suit, Mr. Deposit, the original opener. I would have way preferred to see Rinder squeeze this up pre, or even jam, although jam seems like a lot. What's going to happen here as well, if they keep playing passively like this, Rinder especially, MJ and Mr. Deposit will just keep devouring Rinder's chips, and then he's going to have to make a move. As you see, Mr. Deposit and MJ pretty close in stacks. There's the 6 of spades, and now Rinder going for 2.5 million bet. There you have it, MJ with 57 bigs, Mr. Deposit with 45, and Rinder with 35. Rinder back up over 20 million now after taking that pot down. He's a strange fish. A lot of players would just 3-bet there, pre, try to get all their chips in. Rinder going for just the call and the big, even when we're 3-handed. Ace King Deuce is the flop. Top pair. Mr. Deposit going to bet. Takes it down. Like I said, you're just going to see a lot of these raise and takes it, or bet and take it down. So much at stake. It's so much harder to make a hand. Mr. Deposit betting 700k here with the 5 deuce of hearts on the king 8-6. He will take that one down. It's just a matter of who wants it the most here at the moment. As always, aggression will prevail over time. The pair board. Rinder check it with the 9-7. Mr. Deposit with the 7-6. Mr. Deposit betting 3 mil. We'll take it down. He's picking a few pots up here, Mr. Deposit. Keeps peppering them with the jab. Mostly Rinder. Rinder hasn't really had anything to play back with. Rinder raising to 1.6. He's got a king 8 offsuit on the button. Mr. Deposit. Jack 9 offsuit. It's going to say continuing here seems a bit wide. Maybe not against Rinder, who's playing very face up. Decides to just call. I would prefer if we were suited in this exact situation. Maybe 3-bet pre. Seems like a nice option. Ace Ace Jack is the flop. Now, is Rinder going to go for his check? His passive checking mode looks like it. He does it very quickly. Now he's got a piece of it on the turn. Queen of diamonds on the river. Rinder going to call him off, and Mr. Deposit will be happy to have the best hand there. Getting paid. They're working very well for him. And now he's roughly got 36 million. Nice to see that they're still talking with each other. A very friendly atmosphere while it's playing for so much money. MJ taking that one down with 6-4 diamonds. Winder with the rejam. Yeah, see a few of you talking about the prices of accommodation and all. You can find it all on that website, and there is a lot of accommodation in the surrounding areas. Winder now getting close to 20 bigs, and that's just a shove. Looks like he's getting a bit impatient here, folks. And MJ won't be calling him a queen 10. Winder just going for a straight up rip for 24 bigs. Seems like a lot to me, although these kind of aces, they really don't play well. Still think this is a bit too much to be shoving. And let's not forget, we've seen MJ make some big calls where he should have folded once or twice. But this is just a stretch, to say the least. Mr. Deposit with 57 bigs. Going to be opening the Jack 9 offsuit here on the button. 1.5 mil. Winder, 900k for him to call with the 10 deuce of diamonds. Doesn't even want to see a flop. Lets it go. And Winder with the standard enough rejam here for 25 bigs total. And MJ, once again, although he has an ace on the button, won't be calling this. Rinder showing the goods. Well, goods. She only had a pair. King 9-4 is the flop here. MJ going to bet. Mr. Deposit forced to let it go. These two players basically even in chips now. We're very close to it. And MJ giving a walk, guys, with Queen 8 offsuit. This is far too tight from MJ. He just wants to be piling the pressure on Rinder. I don't really understand that fold. That's a big mistake, in my opinion. You're three-handed. You're against Rinder. At the very least, you want to be completing your option there in the small blind. Ten 5-5 is the flop. Rinder with the best of it. Rinder raised to 1.4 and Deposit gets out of there. Oh, and MJ getting a walk. Nice to see we still have Bird with us. I hope you're keeping well, Bird. Fair play to you for still modding at this late hour in the day. Late hour in the night, whatever you want to call it. Average stack still 27.5 million, which is chunks. MJ with the min. Doesn't want to be getting in too many large pots with Mr. Deposit. Well, and vice versa. He will just raise and take it. So Mr. Deposit doesn't want to be defending as wide as he could against, say, Reinder. Mr. Deposit here with second pair. MJ with a piece of it. You can see a bet in the call. And here's the 5 of spades. Improves Mr. Deposit. He now has a flush draw. Does he want to bet again, or does he want to go into check call mode? Check call mode, totally fine. If we're betting again, it must be because we think we can get additional value. Also, equity denial for the river. River is the 7 of clubs. That's going to go check. Mr. Deposit, be happy to take that one down as the blinds have just gone up. 400k is the small blind, 800k is the big blind with an 800k running big blind ante. That's 400, 800, 800. This will put even more pressure on Reinder now. Expect we will see him making some more moves. ECW says, I'm off for tonight, boys. Catch him if you can. It's Action Man Dan. Good night. Thanks, ECW. You're a legend. Great to talk to you. I'll see you very soon, I'm sure. Or I'll hear from you. King 10-9 is the flop. Turn is the Queen of Clubs. There is the King of Clubs. Here on the board, and Rinder now going for chunky value. 5 million, but MJ doesn't have a calling hand, to say the least. Rinder will take that one down. Rinder raising to 3.4 from the small blind, Queen Jack off suit, and MJ Ace 5. Let's see what way MJ wants to proceed here. I would prefer to see him just open on the button. He seems a little bit off, MJ. Unsure about what he should and shouldn't do at times. Understandable, of course. Getting through a field of 1,650 players almost. Just 2 left. And MJ is going to call, and now he'll see flop in position. And Rinder might lose some chips here. Quick check from Rinder. Quick bet from MJ. That's a bet and a call. And look at the size of this pot now as we head to the turn. 14.4 million. Well, that's music to Rinder's ears. Quickly goes check, check. And the 9 of clubs rolling off. This guy's some character. He's going to bet 4 mil. And the way this is played out, MJ might very well have to pay him off. Although there's a lot of hands that beat him. MJ is a non-believer. Does call. The way Rinder bet there. Seemed like he was going to have ace 5 beat. But MJ calls him. And now finds himself playing only 20 bigs. And that's a big shift in momentum at this 3-handed battle. Look what that's after doing to the leaderboards. 42 bigs, playing 40, playing 21. And Mirajem looking for the payouts. There you have him. Just 3 remaining. Mirajem. 15.8 is the current payout. 22.5 for second place. You see the difference between third and second. Every pot and chip means so much right now. That's all the time. Says last to first. Rinder. Yeah, it's incredible. Short-handed poker can be so volatile all the time. It looked like everything was going against Rinder, but he wins a really nice pot. And then another hand or two went his way. They're basically even at the top. But it just seems like MJ was a bit off if he's folding hands, like just showing too much passive play for my liking. As Bird says, he needs to go to bed. Good night and enjoy the stream. Thank you so much for your help all night there, Bird. Doesn't go unnoticed. Talk to you soon. The note says, hard to believe these guys got down to the last 3. I know you don't want to sound mean, but it's like, it's less than €300 buy-in. That's what makes these events so great. They're people that play recreationally, and a lot of them are playing for fun. You see Rinder was having a couple of drinks earlier. Now you see him he was eating an apple just a moment ago. Seems to be taking it more seriously than he was earlier. He's quite the character. I don't know what he's going to do next. MJ taking that one down. And Rinder on the button now. Ace-9 off suit. Rinder raising to 2 million. And an ace into a small blind here for Mr. Deposit. Looks like he's going to 3-bet. Nice hand to do it with. If I was to pick a size and wants to go for about 7 million here. Even 8 mil. He goes for 6.5. And that's a really nice pickup. Getting Rinder to fold. A hand as strong as ace-9 there. Facing the 3-bet. And there's a real hand. Mr. Deposit. Ace-King off suit. Grinder with 9-7 of hearts. Going to be defending this one. 6-5 deuce is the flop. Good shot, straight draw for Rinder. And the river is the king of spades. Bit of a strange hand there. Would have liked to see Rinder maybe bluff on the turn, and if he doesn't bluff on the turn, hard to bluff on the river then, I suppose, with the king of spades. But I think he missed an opportunity to not lead the flop or do something on the turn. Ah, yes, there he is now. Apocalypse. Good evening, guys and girls, and Dan. What's up, buddy? Nice to have you with us. I was wondering when we would see your name pop into the chat box. MJ with 18 bigs, ace jack off suit. We might see some action here because Rinder has a big hand here in the small blind. Moves all in. And MJ is going to be calling this one. Oh, here we go. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. Over 30 million in this pot. So here's the flop, ace 10-3, and this is a big moment for both players involved. We'll put Rinder back down to 17 bigs. Rinder can hit a 9, though. He will eliminate MJ in third place. Turn is the queen of clubs. River is the king of hearts, and that is a big pot for MJ. Rinder right back down under 20 bigs. A lot of twists in this tail. They've all had their fun in the sun as the chip leader. But only one can be your winner. Who's it going to be? Apocalypse says, I've been out with your fiance most of the day. Ooh! Sounds lovely. Oh, the stream was still on. Had to come on for a while. Fair play to you. As all the time says, that's poker, folks. He's all in, Vince. And Rinder deciding he wants to put the rest of it in here with King Deuce off suit. This is not something you want to try at home. Wow. And Rinder showing cards all day. He's certainly not showing that one. Elevated Steam in the house. What's up, Elevated Steam? Rinder now getting a walk. Again, MJ not wanting to play, and he's got a suited hand, albeit 4-3. I think against Rinder, when he's just so capable of checking all the way to the river, etc., you want to be playing as many small pots with him as possible. As Apocalypse says, Saturday we were at Lydom Festival to see Shania. I presume you mean Shania Twain. That don't impress me much. Hope you had a great time. MJ Min raising on the button, King 10 off suit. Really nice hand here on the button for Mr. Deposit. Mr. Deposit is slowly emerging as the most aggressive player, and he's been gaining momentum himself. Rinder might want to see a flop here for 1.2 million more. He's got 13 million behind. Ace 6-5 is the flop, 2 spades. And a bet and a call. Turn is the ace of hearts, and here's the board. Does he want to go for a second bet here? Try to get a 5 or 6 to fold sometimes? He's getting great odds to see the river, but just an 8 can give him a straight. He decides to let it go. What he could have done there was call on the turn, and then if he missed on the river, he could lead. But on a paired board, it's ambitious, so he decides to just get rid of it. Apocalypse says, Mr. Deposit's name is exactly how I felt when I played online poker. That's it, Apocalypse. Sometimes you just got to give it that hock to it. That might be the last time I say that tonight. Who knows? Rinder shoves. Ace 5 of clubs. Nearly 15 bigs. Takes it down. Rinder shoving from the button, ace 3 off suit. Now, if Rinder continues to do this, and we can see that he's shoving very wide now, with a king deuce, shows ace 3. I'd be starting to loosen up my calling range. Occlip says, no idea what that means, although I've sadly heard it 3 times now. I mean, you could Google it. You might be one of the only people on earth that hasn't seen it. It went super viral. It's a short clip. It's all over the internet. In fact, it'd be very hard to not see it along your travels. Ace king of spades. Wow, here we go. Rinder with the rejam. Mr. Deposit is a 2-1 favourite to eliminate Rinder at 3rd place. It's all happened very fast. 29.2 million in this pot. Rinder could double up and would nearly be chip leader again. And there's a 9 in the window, followed by a jack. Wow. Mr. Deposit will still have 30 bigs, but he would be overwhelming chip leader. No, it's not to be. 9 of clubs on the turn, and Rinder is now going to have 36 big blinds. What a bink. Apocalypse says it doesn't sound like something I want to Google, to be honest. Yeah. That's okay. That's understandable. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Not to call you ignorant now, Apocalypse. It's just how how you say that, I suppose. Yeah, the players will be starting to get tired, though. It's now nearly 1 a.m. at Kings. But Rinder, this might make Rinder a little bit tighter in terms of jamming. He can't just be ripping now, although I don't know, he's capable of anything really. Swiss boy Basil says Apocalypse is living under a rock. My grandma knows about the hawk to a girl. Yep. It's the talk of the town, all right. 2.2 million. It's the open from the pocket sevens. And Mr. Deposit in the big with ace 4 offsuit. MJ loves this. Problem is, he's not going to get paid. And MJ getting a walk. I wonder just how impatient all 3 of these players are going to get, considering they keep doubling up and then doubling back down. Losing half their chips back, swapping chips around like crazy is the story of the last hour or two. Since we're three-handed anyway, and the ticket bubble was burst. As Apocalypse says, out of living under a rock and knowing all the trashy trends nowadays, I'll take the rock. That's fair enough, Apocalypse. I presume you've been watching all the Euros. Big match now for England on Wednesday. Queen 9 deuce is the flop 2 clubs. Apocalypse says, speaking of trash, how the heck are England still in? I have no idea. I don't know what way that team plays. Like, they certainly don't feel like a unit when you're watching them. Spain going to walk an absolutely brilliant team, especially with that kid. Lamine. I think they were 11-1 to win the competition at the start. That would have been a great bet. Yeah, now that we're getting close to the semis, teams really need to up their game. Swiss boy Basil says, I guess France might be able to up their game and keep it interesting tomorrow. Certainly seems so. Bucker says he'll take a Spain and Uruguay double this summer all day. Two favourite teams right there, and both being the best in their tournaments. Mr. Deposit raising to 2.2 at 9-6 at clubs. Ryan are going to call with 6-4 of hearts, and MJ with ace-10 of hearts. Flop is 5-8-3, 2 clubs. Really nice hand here for Mr. Deposit. He's got lots of equity. Might get some action from Rinder with his open ender. Although Rinder doesn't have any backup here in the form of a club. Mr. Deposit betting 2.5 mil. MJ getting out of the way, and Rinder would think we'll be seeing a turn. He's got the glasses off now. Looks tired, but he means business. This guy talking to his opponent before calling. And the 3 of hearts hitting the turn. Pairs the board, doesn't change much. If we're Mr. Deposit, do we want to fire again? I think so. Big decision here with 12.4 million in the pot. If he's going to bet, wants to bet an amount that sets up a river jam. Majority of the time. And Reinder probably won't be able to continue here, depending on what sizing Mr. Deposit chooses. I think he wants to be betting something around half pot. 5.5 mil, 6 mil. For 4.5. I think that's totally fine. Also sets up a nice river jam of just shy of 15 million. That's a nice pickup for him. These pots, so crucial, so big. Fast approaching a 1 million big blind next. Apocalypse giving some info there. Almost a straight swap for Pedri. Probably have Nacho and maybe Grimaldo come into the defense. Navas is there too, and not like Mbappe is up to much. Yeah, it's been a weird European Championship for sure. Mr. Deposit getting a walk. Reinder not entertaining the 7-3. As DJ Triple is in the mix, says good evening, late but better than not showing up at all. You must know that I was late earlier than with DJ Triple, because that about sums it up, buddy. It's been a fun night of poker. It's been strange. We haven't seen, throughout the day, we haven't seen too many all-ins, really. It's been very battle of attrition at this final table. So many stacks were just so closely contended. $10-6-4 is the flop. Top pair for Mr. Deposit. Turn is the Queen of Clubs, and that's going to go check, check. River is the King of Spades. Mr. Deposit with 42 bigs, MJ with 34, and Reinder with 27. Still loads of chips in play. Still nearly 100 bigs in play. This stream well over 10 hours now. Not much separating Mr. Deposit and MJ. And Reinder still has a decent stack with 27 bigs. Doctor says he's all about the Uruguayan hype train. Got himself a 1950 World Cup shirt from when they stole the World Cup from Brazil, in Brazil. That sounds awesome. You're some man for your history, Apocalypse. I have to hand it to you. MJ, take that one down. Rinder going for a 3 million raise here with just the Jack 6 off suit, and MJ going to put a stop to that with the Ace 10 of spades. MJ with the Jack 5 of hearts. Rinder with Jack 6 of diamonds. Mr. Deposit with 7-6 off suit. Flop is King 5 deuce, 3 ways. Everyone checking on the flop. Turn is the 9 of clubs. Everyone checking on the turn. And the river is the 5 of diamonds. MJ betting 2.3 million and taking this one down with his trips. Apocalypse says Brazilian press had given themselves the trophy before the tournament started. Over 200,000 Brazilians in the Maracana go 1-0 up, and Uruguay came back to win. Even Germany 7-1 doesn't hurt them like 1950. And look at this, guys. Reinder with the rejam. MJ calling. And Reinder's in trouble. Reinder is all in and behind once again. MJ 2-1 favourite to eliminate Reinder in third place. 33.4 million in this pot. King Jack 4 is the flop. 2 hearts. That's not a good start for Reinder. 6 outs. Left in the deck for Reinder as we hit the turn. Turn is the 3 of spades. He can make it straight now with a 5. Also has some opportunities. 13 outs actually, to be precise, as we hit the river. River is the Jack of clubs, and that will eliminate Reinder. I don't think he had 13 outs, but alas, he is gone in third place. What a thrilling character. Fun guy to commentate on. He will bow out in third with a nice payout and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe later on this year. It seemed like he was just getting a bit impatient at times there, but like I keep saying, three-handed poker, so volatile. So we say goodbye to Reinder Gulasch. What a name, what a man. Taking home €15,800 for his efforts. Hopefully we will see him back at King's. And usually we go on break coming into heads up, but just bear with us for a second. I believe we have some more hands to go before a break. It is MJ now finding himself at 66 bigs, which is good for just under 2/3 of the chips in play. Mr. Deposit, a very worthy heads up opponent here. Anything can happen in heads up. He does have a 2-1 chip lead. It's going to be tough for his opponent to come back, but one hand can change everything, as you've seen many times at this three-handed affair. 2 remaining in the Dutch Classics Mystery Bounty Edition. 9-3 diamonds here for MJ. Mr. Deposit with the Queen 4 off suit. Apocalypse is asking about the bounties in the chat. I think most of them were pulled yesterday. Apocalypse saying, he thinks they should keep one big bounty for the FT, even just a 3K or something to make it interesting. Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad shout. It does sort of change the dynamic, though. If you're dealing with all this ICM pressure and the 10K ticket, and then there's bounties on people's heads, you're not sure. It'd be very difficult to play that way at the final table, but sometimes there are some big bounties left. Just depends, I suppose, to look at the draw. And 8s for MJ. And MJ seems to have regrouped nicely. Granted, he just won a massive pot. Like I said, he seemed a bit uneasy. Like he's playing for so much money. Mr. Deposit with ace-3. So the tactic for MJ now, he just wants to be applying pressure to Mr. Deposit as much as possible without getting in these massive pots. He doesn't want to double them up, that's for sure. They're back to even Stevens then. 10-4-3 is the flop, 2 clubs. MJ going for a full 3x size with Queen Jack off suit here on the button. Mr. Deposit has a nice hand to see the flop with King 10 of spades. Perhaps he wants to put this in his 3-betting range. Looks like he is reaching. I actually really like this 3-bet. You will see a lot of players just call here, but I think there's merits to flatting and 3-betting, and I kind of like 3-betting more than flatting. I actually like 3-betting more with a King 10 offsuit or King 10 suited. Especially if you're not going to be getting 4-bet rip too often, and if you are, you can easily just fold your hand. And for MJ, I think he's got too good of a hand to fold, but he does fold it. Well, that's a big hand at any stage of a tournament, especially heads up for chunks. This could be a golden opportunity for Mr. Deposit to get some money back. And look at this, MJ has a big hand. Just going to call with the ace-5 of clubs, and we're off to the flop. King Jack Deuce is the flop. Mr. Deposit going to show him the goods. But he can't get paid. He'll have to be happy with a smallish pot. No pair, no draw. Says aces heads up, feels good. Showing cards still. Aces still. Yeah. And MJ going to show the ace queen. As Apocalypse says, he's surprised the ace-5 didn't 3-bet. I actually didn't mention that, Apocalypse. Yeah, it would have been a good candidate to do so, but obviously not on that occasion. We're going on a break, guys. We're going to come back. We're going to put a ribbon on this thing and crown yet another champion at the King's Resort in Rosvedov. If you've been with us all day, don't go anywhere. This one's not over yet, but we're getting close. We still have could have a very lengthy heads-up battle still. There's, like I said, over 100 big blinds still in play. We're about to find out. See you all in a few moments.
That means you are dangerous.
To make it even worse, another tournament.
Yeah, but you are doing very well in tournament yellow. Yeah? Could be better, eh? Could be better.
Actually, might have a problem tomorrow. You take two or
Yeah. Oh,
I might have to
you
move the
are too
table.
good. You're too good.
One point.
You have
So I don't know. If I'm here, it's fucked. I have to run all the way down there. Fuck. Right here.
Good luck. Straight flush?
Straight first draw.
It's crazy.
Straight first draw.
Full house. Eight of spades. What? Straight flush.
Seven of spades.
Spades.
Seven of spades, I say seven. I stay calm, baby.
You get champagne from the casino.
Yeah.
You don't have a spade?
Yeah, but he has straight flush.
Ah oui, oh. Ouais, j'ai pas vu.
T'as pas vu la 4 flèches?
Non.
Fait mal la 4 flèches.
Never easy.
Et je te jure, je me dis, ouais, il joue pas le set de pique.
Il joue tout lui. Il joue des foules, il joue des couleurs. Attendez. Waouh.
See, I not want to fly. I stay to see that this come is straight, I hope.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Klezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this featured table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Okay. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klez is now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back we get to realize, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're gonna bet turn to then snap fold, a self-inflicted wound.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. Got what, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Tochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanovsky says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanovsky's jam running into the 2 10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-X hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button to blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from him to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadrupled that amount.
Alrighty, folks, I'm back. We are live. Small blind is now 500,000. Big blind is now 1 million with a 1 million running big blind ante. That's a 500,000. 1 million, 1 million. Just had a pure chamomile tea and scalded the mouth off myself. That's why I was a hand or two late getting back. Queen 10-5 is the flop here. MJ with bottom pair. Just going to let it go. I see a few of you asking in the chat all the time, who's your pick? I would have to say MJ has been playing a little bit too passive for my liking in certain spots, and that's not going to be a good strategy when you're playing heads up for so much money. Mr. Deposit. I've changed my opinions throughout the FT. Apart from him using some large sizings at times, I feel like he emerged as the most competent player at this FT. But again, he did have some strange decisions also. I think both players are playing, I would assume, what is one of the biggest payouts of their career. So there's a lot of pressure on. It's understandable. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. And Mr. Deposit seems to be making some great... He made some good decisions against Reinder, and he's fought back. And he was short a few times, but he's maintained his stack very well in that three-handed affair. So if I had to pick one, I think I would go with Mr. Deposit. MJ also is playing a little bit too passive from the small, which will now be his button. And on top of that, when he is getting involved, he's making some very large open raise sizes. So let's see what way he navigates his way through this heads-up battle. And if you are tuning in 11 hours into the stream, you're watching the Dutch Classics Mystery Bounty event. It's the heads up. 2 remaining from 1,651 runners. And the winner will take home €38,500. Ten, 6, 9, 5 deuce is the board. That's a really nice river for Mr. Deposit. Going for a bet of 7 million. Turning, straight draw, and rivering. The straight. It's very disguised, but obviously MJ doesn't have the hand to call. Now he's going to show again. They're basically playing the guts of 40 big blind apiece. This could still go on for a while, considering we are playing 1 hour blinds, or it could all be over in one hand. Mr. Deposit raising to 2.5 million, and MJ with pocket sevens going to re-raise to 6.5 million. MJ is going to complete his option here with the ace deuce offsuit. Interesting turn card here. The deuce of diamonds rolling off on the 8-4 deuce board. Not much happening for Mr. Deposit. MJ loving this. He's got trips and the nut flush draw as a backup. About 4 million, and that'll be the end of that. Mr. Deposit's choosing 2.5 times the big blind raise size, and I'm all for it. Both players seems to have adjusted their raise sizes pre. Ten, 9, 4 is the flop all spades, and Mr. Deposit going to continue here with the king of spades, betting 3 mil. And MJ might have seen a turn card there, but he doesn't have a spade. Not sure about that one, gang. Might want to call there heads up with the good shot straight draw. Keep your opponent honest. You can also have the best hand with king high. Club says, thinks it's time for bed here. Enjoy the heads up and see you all again soon. Very soon, I know. Thanks for dropping by, Apocalypse. Take it easy. Talk to you soon. 5, 6, 10 deuce is the board. River is the 5 of hearts. This one getting checked down. Poker Lloyd says no raise pre-flop with the King Jack. You know what, Poker Lloyd? Because for some reason I think that skipped me. I thought that was a raised pot. My apologies, you're more than correct. Mr. Deposit taking that one down with a small bet on the paired board, 9 deuce deuce. Poker says, why bet the turn with trips and enough flush? All better to check to induce the opponents to bluff. Well, you also want to be building a pot, Poker Lloyd, but it's very hard to make a hand heads up. I think it's fine to start betting that turn, though, even if you do have the deck crippled. You're either going to get paid or you're not. Granted, you could get... you can indeed entice a bluff from your opponent. 2.5 million to go. Like I said, seems to be the standard size. Poker Lloyd says, I would check and let him bluff the river. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm just kind of used to their game now from watching all the final tables, so there's certain things I'm just not going to keep repeating. Don't want to be too hard on these players. It's just an unbelievable opportunity for them to win so much money from a buy-in that's under €300, especially if you're a recreational and you're not used to this kind of thing. Lights, camera, action can be a hell of a battle to climb. Or a mountain to climb even. King, Queen, 7-9 is the board here. 3 million is a bet from Mr. Deposit. Like, look at the difference, Poker Lloyd, between first and second. It's a lot of money. Nice turn here for Mr. Deposit. Got the straight. And MJ is going to call. River is the 6 of clubs. $12 million in the pot now. And here I think Mr. Deposit wants to try to get paid by a 2-pair type holding. Maybe even a queen would pay off. That river does complete some other 2 pairs and a straight, although they're less likely. So if I'm betting into 12 million here, doesn't need to bet too big. Somewhere around half pot, somewhere even 8 million. Goes for 10. And MJ will fold. MJ with the ace queen. Mr. Deposit just with the queen 4. Not much to talk about there. MJ with King Deuce, mixing it up with a limp. Mr. Deposit, A7 of diamonds. Would have expected to see him try to get more money in pre. Bet a 2.5 million and a call. 7 of spades hits the turn. Turn going check, check. River is the jack of clubs. Not the greatest of runouts here for either player. Mr. Deposit going to limp and MJ going to bump it up at pocket tens. Mr. Deposit going to call. We're off to see a flop. Ace, ace, 4 is the flop. 2 diamonds. King is the turn. MJ checking, doesn't like it now. 2 overcards, 2 is pocket pair. Turn goes check, check. River goes 7 of spades. Now, if MJ checks, one would think Mr. Deposit has to know he can't win by checking. Has he got a bluff in the chamber? If he has, does he want to go for a largish sizing, somewhere around 5 mil? Can get a lot of under pairs to fold. Maybe even a 4. You know, it's hard to cap MJ's range. You could have a few different things here. Looks like he's going for 5 million. But MJ is a non-believer. Makes a really good call and a quick one at that. Takes a nice pot away from Mr. Deposit. And for the check call this time, he actually doesn't have the greatest of bluff catchers there because he has 2 10s in his hand and he would want his opponent to have a straight draw that would contain a 10x type holding. But he does call, and that brings us to almost even Stevens heads up battle. 52% for MJ, Mr. Deposit 48%, 43 bigs playing 39. Mr. Deposit, 10-9. Goes for a limp. King Jack 3 is the flop. Top pair for MJ. Good shot straight draw for Mr. Deposit. MJ betting 3 mil. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. 12 million in the pot now. 2 pair for MJ. Looks like he's going to bet an amount that would set up a river jam. That's what I'd be going for here. Wants to size up, not down. At about 8 mil. Something around that area. 7 sounds nice. Goes for 6. Gets the job done. Granted, he would have liked a call. MJ is going to complete his option with Jack 3 offsuit. Mr. Deposit checking with 10 deuce of spades. Flop is 10-8, 3-2 club. Both players with a pair. Top pair for Mr. Deposit. 2 pair now for MJ. Could see some money go in here. MJ going to raise to 6 mil. Mr. Deposit going to let it go. Another pickup for MJ. He's now separating himself. 51 bigs playing 30. Mr. Deposit is raising to MJ going to call. Jack 4 clubs. Flop is King 6-3. Mr. Deposit going to take that one down with a C-bet. I want to give a massive thanks, by the way, everyone that tuned in today. It was a day that was a bit all over the place, but it came together nicely in the end. Thrilling final table it's been. And it ain't over yet. Just give yourselves a round of applause if you're still with us. Close to 12 hours into the stream. $884 is the flop here, 2 clubs. Mr. Deposit checking and MJ gonna go for a bet. No pair, no draw says it has been a grind today. Yes, sure was. It really was. We didn't see too many of these massive pair-on-pair action. I said this already, but it was crazy. Usually see some... I wouldn't say we were deprived of action. We had lots of action, but it was because the stacks were so closely contested at this FT from the get-go. MJ gonna river the best hand, but he had the best hand the whole way, but he rivers top pair. Doesn't get paid, but wins another small pot. Mr. Deposit raising to 2.5 mil with ace queen off suit, and MJ gonna call with queen 3 of spades. King Jack deuce 2 diamonds is the flop. Check from MJ. I bet a 2.5 mil from Mr. Deposit. Takes it down. Yeah, and if you have been enjoying this action, I mentioned it earlier, but I'm going to mention it again. Don't forget the Euro Poker Millions, or the European Poker Masters, my apologies, is coming to Kings. And there's going to be a mystery bounty event. There's also going to be a €600, it's actually €500 main event. Just going to verify that 1 second. You can find all the information on the website, www.kingsresort.com. It is the Euro Poker Millions. So I was right the first time. 2 million guaranteed. And it's a 2-week festival taking place from the 16th to the 30th. So if you can get to Kings, that one is going to be huge. Main event with a 2 million guarantee for 540 with a €50 reg, so basically €600. Unbelievable value in that one. Mr. Deposit with pocket eights, 28 bigs. MJ, Jack 9 off suit. Queen 10-9 is the flop, and that's a nice flop for MJ, out flopping pocket eights, 3 overcards out there. And a bet in the call, and the turn is the 9 of spades, giving MJ trips now. He checks again. Mr. Deposit checks back. 3 of diamonds hits the river. Now, MJ just deciding how much value to go for here. Doesn't need to be too greedy. It's going to be tough to get paid once the turn goes check, check, but that looks to be about 6 million. Wow. Was not expecting to see this. Mr. Deposit turning his hand into a bluff. Blocking the low end of the straight. But I don't see this working. MJ has called, and I believe it's all over. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. Mr. Deposit turning his hand into a bluff, trying to get a hand like a queen or a 10 to fold. Unsuccessful. Pretty big call from the Jack 9, blocking the straight, I guess. Didn't really see that one coming on the river. Wasn't expecting him to turn his hand into a bluff, but he did go for it. Got to give him credit for that. But it wasn't to be, and we now have our Dutch Classics Mystery Bounty champion. Congratulations and commiserations to second place, taking home €22,500. But it is your winner, MJ, going to take home. He's going to take home €38,500. Thanks, everyone, for what was a great day of poker. I'm going to be back soon. Don't sleep on Euro Poker Millions. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. There is your champion. Congratulations. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.